Good King Wenceslas last looked out on the feast of Stephen, as the slow ray round about, deep and crispy. Merry Christmas, everybody!
Hello everyone, you're watching The Beatles Bible. By 1966, the Beatles were in a car that was going off the rails very fast. It wasn't so much that somebody was pressing on the accelerator too hard, it was that nobody had their foot on the brake. Offers for them to appear were winging in daily from every corner of the world. Brian kept on accepting future dates, never thinking that the boys were being subjected to too much pressure. There was no doubt that 1966 had been a disaster for the Beatles. Religious scandals, threats on their lives, and terrible touring conditions were a reality they had to face. The world was caving in on them. The universal hysteria that the Beatles had inspired was producing its inevitable kickback. The boys were tiring of their prison of fame, and each wanted his own identity back. Being a Beatle had been a lot of fun, despite the recent setbacks. But that was what you were, 24 hours a day, 8 days a week. You went to bed with a scream in your ears, and you woke up the next morning to that same shriek. One has to put all this doom and gloom in perspective. To most people in the world, the Beatles were still the absolute tops. Prince and Popper alike on their musical and indeed other pronouncements. Monarchs queued up for the favor of their presence. Their most banal remarks were elevated to the status of profundity. Their most serious, as in the case of John's remarks about Jesus Christ, could result in mass bonfires of Beatle records. But at the end of '66, Brian was forced to face up to something he'd never dreamed he'd actually have to confront. They were climbing down from the stage and turning their back on it forever. He thought it was the end, and in a way, it was. We hope you will enjoy the show. This is the story behind Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Can I have a word? Are the Beatles going to go their own ways in 1967?
They could be, you know, on our own or together. We're always involved with each other, whatever we're doing.
Could you ever see a time when, in fact, you weren't working together?
I could see us working not together for a period, but we'd always get together for one reason or other. I mean, you need other people for ideas as well, but, you know, and we all get along fine.
The songwriting team thing will keep going on whatever happens, will it?
Yeah, we'll probably carry on writing music forever, you know, whatever else we're doing.
Performance for us. See, it's gone downhill, performance, because we can't develop when no one can hear us, you know what I mean? So for us to perform is, it's difficult, gets difficult each time.
You mean they don't
More
listen
difficult.
to you, and therefore you don't want to do that?
Oh yeah, we want to do it, but if we're not listened to, then, and we can't even hear ourselves, then we can't improve in that. We can't get any better. So we're trying to get better with things like recording.
Do you think that in the new year that you're going to be going your own ways instead of being a group?
No.
No?
No, sure, definitely not.
What about another word?
It's not like breaking up, we'll still be coming back together at the end of it.
Do you foresee a time when, in fact, the Beatles won't be together and that you'll all be on your own?
No.
Do you get, have you got tired of each other?
No.
No?
John's ironic estimate of the Beatles' godlike status, somewhat debatable before Revolver, appeared fairly realistic after it. The album's aural invention was so masterful that it seemed to the world's youth that the Beatles had the key to current events and were somehow orchestrating them through their records. Expectations aroused by the sequel to Revolver were intense, and not only among their fans. Since '65, the major British and American pop acts had been waging a friendly competition to come up with the most extraordinary music, and from 1966 to 67, this produced a major structural change in the musical business. The hit-and-miss turnover of mass-produced artistes suddenly gave way to a more stable scene based on the self-determining artists no longer manipulated by record companies. This difference was measurable in hard market terms, a turnover of disposable pop acts plummeting in inverse proportion to rising sales of the new rock aristocracy. Moreover, rather than peddle pap for profit, the latter was keen to express their times. While 1966 produced many futuristic singles, the new focus of competition was the LP, seen as the natural format for an idiom bursting its commercial and creative limits. The key release of 1966, so far as the Beatles were concerned, was Pet Sounds. Consciously created by leader Brian Wilson as an answer to Rubber Soul, this lush homage to Californian adolescence was launched onto the market a few days after the Beatles finished Revolver. Though John was cool about it, or wished to appear so in hindsight, press interviews of the period show him enthusing about Wilson's talent. His colleagues were deeply impressed.
John and Paul called me after they heard Pet Sounds and told me how much they liked it. It was quite an honor for me.
I remember going over to Derek's house one night and getting a bit stimulated.
Yeah.
Brian comes over. He's got these shades on.
Yeah.
And he's, you know, he'd gone into his sort of nervousy phase. He had these shades on. He said, do you mind if I keep these shades on, man? I said, Brian, it's your life, baby. You keep the shades on. I love those shades. They look great. Anyways, do you mind if I play you a record? I go, no, that'd be great. And he plays Good Vibrations, like you've never heard it before.
Yeah.
And you're in the room with Brian,
Yeah.
and he puts it on.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
That was the first time you heard it?
magic.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get those magic little moments.
Declaring Pet Sounds as the album of all time, Paul conceded that the Beatles needed to surpass anything they had done to equal it. As it happened, Wilson was already struggling to match Revolver, and, by the time Pepper appeared, had pushed himself into a creative breakdown from which he never truly recovered. Others were feeling the heat too. An exhausted Dylan crashed out of his touring schedule and went into retreat, while the Stones, binging on LSD, were on the verge of losing the plot completely. Gathering refresh at Abbey Road on November 24, 1966, the Beatles got down to their new album with a blend of confidence and a competitive resolve. With open-ended evening sessions and no budget limit, they could at last work without pressure. Better still, they had a fair idea of what they were aiming at. An autobiographical album developing the Liverpudlian resonances of records like In My Life and Eleanor Rigby. The inaugural song was to be another of John's hallucinogenic ventures into the mental interior, Strawberry Fields Forever. Taking up where She Said left off, Strawberry Fields Forever further pursued the theme of sensations too confusing, intense, or personal to articulate. Never one to repeat himself, he turned the anxious disorientation of She Said into something more ambiguous. On the one hand, a study of identity tinged with the loneliness of a solitary rebel against all things institutional. On the other, an eerie longing for a wild childhood of hide-and-seek and tree-climbing, the visionary strawberry fields of his imagination. The second aspect of the song effectively inaugurated the English pop pastoral mood explored in the late 60s by groups like Pink Floyd, Traffic, Family, and the Fairport Convention. More significant, though, was the song's child's eye view, for the true subject of English psychedelia was neither love nor drugs, but nostalgia for the innocent vision of the child. With nothing on the Beatles' agenda for nearly 3 months, John was persuaded by director Richard Lester to appear in the movie How I Won the War, filming starting on September 6, 1966, and stretching until November 6th. Filming began in Celle, West Germany, but from September 19th through the end of shooting on November 6th, the filming moved to various locations in Carboneras in southern Spain. John shared a rented house with co-star Michael Crawford in Santa Isabel, near Almeria, during their stay in Spain. It was during this time that John began writing Strawberry Fields Forever. We didn't do much in the evenings except play Monopoly and Risk, remembers Crawford about their stay at this dingy house. John was a very mysterious character. There was not a lot revealed freely. He was writing Strawberry Fields. He sat himself in his bedroom and worked out melodies on his guitar. I heard him playing the same bar over and over again until he got the right sequence. It was interesting listening to how a song was written. At the same time, I learned nothing about why these lyrics existed or why he was writing them, as evidenced by the demo recordings of the song made while in Almeria. Crawford no doubt heard John playing the second verse over and over again, which was the only verse he had at the time. Crawford continues, he used to sit cross-legged on the beach or on the bed, the two places where one would see him with a guitar, and he would go, "Well, I'm not sure." And I'd say, "Oh, it's great, John. Really, it's good. I wouldn't mess with it." It just sounded so great. And he's going, "I'm not sure. I'm not sure."
Strawberry Fields I wrote when I was making How I Won the War in Almeria, Spain.
The Beatles had stopped touring. And although I didn't want to tour again, especially after being accused of crucifying Jesus,
Right.
when all I'd made was a flippant remark, and having to stand with the clan outside and firecrackers going on inside, I couldn't take any more. But I still couldn't see any, what could I do, go into movies? That was the basic move.
Right.
And Dick Lester offered me the part in this movie, which gave me time to think without going home. And it took me 6 weeks to write the song. I was writing it all the time I was making the film, and as anybody knows about film work, it's a lot of hanging around. And I have an original tape of it somewhere of how it sounded before it became the sort of psychedelic sounding song that it became on record.
The only verse he had at first, which was repeated many times, consisted of the lyrics, "There's not one on my wavelength. I mean, it's either too high or too low. That is, you can't, tune in, but it's alright. I mean, it's not too bad." The tape then reveals that he obscured the thought slightly by changing, "There's no one on my wavelength" to "No one I think is in my tree." John then plays around with what eventually became the chorus, although Strawberry Fields was not mentioned. When the demo shows that he does finally incorporate Strawberry Fields into the lyrics, he adds the lyric "Nothing to Get Mad About," which some sources say refers to his Aunt Mimi getting upset about John playing in nearby Strawberry Field as a child, this being a children's community home run by the Salvation Army at Beaconsfield Road, Woolton, Liverpool, L25 6LJ. John reportedly would reply to her, "They can't hang you for it." Allegedly, remembering this inspired John to change the line to "Nothing to Get Hung About." There was something about the place that always fascinated John, related Aunt Mimi in the book The Lives of John Lennon. He could see it from his window, and he loved going to the garden party that they had each year. He used to hear the Salvation Army band, and he would pull me along saying, "Hurry up, Mimi, we're going to be late." The book's author, Albert Goldman, adds that it is highly characteristic of John that his nostalgic recollection of childhood should turn on a symbol of pain even more than of pleasure. He knew perfectly well that the little girls in blue and white dresses, their straw boaters tied with red ribbons about their chins, were orphans like himself. Strawberry Field was not simply John's playground, it was his spiritual home.
Strawberry Fields is, although I took the name as an image.
Strawberry Fields, in actuality, after I left living in Penny Lane, I moved in with my auntie, who lived in the suburbs in a nice semi-detached place with a small garden and doctors and lawyers and that ilk living around, not the poor, slummy kind of image that was projected. I was a nice, clean-cut suburban boy. And in the class system was about a half an inch in a higher class than Paul, George and Ringo, who lived in government-subsidized houses. We owned our own house, had our own garden, and they didn't have anything like that. So I was a bit of a fruit compared to them in a way. I was a suburban kid, and they were suburban. Well, Ringo was the only real city kid. Anyway, we're digressing now. What was the question?
Well, Strawberry Fields is a place.
It's a Salvation Army home that was near the house I lived in with my auntie in the suburbs. There was two famous houses there. One was owned by Gladstone, which was a reformatory for boys, all of which I could see out of my window.
Yeah.
And Strawberry Fields was just round the corner from that, which was an old Victorian house converted for Salvation Army orphans. And as a kid, I used to go to their garden parties where they would have, you know, a garden party, and me and my friends, Ivan and Nigel and Pete, we'd all go up there and hang out and sell lemonade bottles for a penny, and we always had fun at Strawberry Fields. And apparently it used to be a farm that made strawberries or whatever, I don't know. But I just took the name. It had nothing to do with the Salvation Army. Yeah, as an image of, you know, Strawberry Fields forever.
What about the living with easy...
Living is easy with mind closed. Misunderstanding all you see. Well, that goes now, doesn't it? Isn't it what I was saying?
Is it?
Aren't I saying exactly the same thing now?
Yeah. Did that have to do with? Was that was a new awakening for you then? No.
No, it's not a new awakening. It was the fact that I was putting it on paper. You see, it's the constant search for why you go down one road and why you go another. It has as much to do with being from Liverpool, or being from Quarrybank Grammar School, or being in a household where the library was full of Oscar Wilde and Whistler and Fitzgerald and all the Book of the Month Club stuff that my auntie had around, and her taking in students when my uncle died, and therefore being exposed to 18-year-old student minds who were taking, becoming vets and chemists and all that, and me being a young boy surrounded by these, all the, which influences more? It's you and your ilk, I'll use that in a friendly way. Yeah. The Beatle watchers who are so hung up on Beatles, that's what I'm saying all the time now, is, and it always comes off like I'm attacking the Beatles. I'm not attacking the Beatles. I'm saying the Beatles are important, but in my life, the Beatles' influence, is it more important than my birth, my education, the fact that my parents split and I lived with my auntie? I cannot give a more important emphasis on any part of my life over the other. So the awareness that is apparently trying to be expressed in Strawberry Fields, I was, let's say, in one way, I was always hip, man. I was hip in kindergarten. I was different from the others then. I was different all my life. Now, whether it's Freudian or karmic, or it's not a case of then he took acid and woke up, or then he had a marijuana joint and woke up. It's not that at all. Everything is as important as everything else. My influences are tremendous, from Lewis Carroll to Oscar Wilde to tough little kids that used to live with me when I still lived with my mother, that ended up in prison and things like that. And to my whole life is an influence. And the Beatles is only 10... I've lived with Yoko longer than I've been a Beatle. Do you understand that? Yeah. The people don't understand that I've been with Yoko longer than I was with Paul. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. But still asking about Paul. Sure. All right? Sure. Yeah. And you cannot... Obviously, the most important influence in my life for the last 13 years has been Yoko Ono. And there's no getting away from that. Now, I've got another 40 or 50 years to live, or maybe longer, or whatever it is. And who knows what the hell... And Sean, obviously, is the major influence on my life for the last 5 years. So it's just unfair to always try and categorize and simplify it, even for the sake of the public who are going to read this. They have to understand that the Beatles it's an unanswerable question. Strawberry Fields is my attempt at expressing that. I was still coy. The second lines go, no one, I think, is in my tree. Well, I was too shy or self-doubting to... What I was trying to say in that line is, nobody seems to be as hip as me, therefore I must be crazy or a genius. It's that same problem again that I'd had when I was 12, that I'd had when I was 5. Either there's something wrong with me because I seem to see things other people don't see, and therefore I'm either crazy because I'm an egomaniac for claiming to see things that other people aren't seeing, and that when I would say as a child, but this is what's going on, and everybody would look at me as if I'm crazy. So therefore that self-doubt was always there. Am I crazy or am I a genius? I don't think I'm either. I don't think either one, those crazy and genius don't really mean anything anymore. But I use those expressions even when I did the Jan Wenner interview. I'm not literally meaning genius as the thing we deify. Genius being the spirit of genius that can come through anybody at any given time. And if there is such a thing, well, I'm going to be one. It was like, if there is a leader of the Beatles, I'm it. If there ain't, then it's democracy.
Having finalized the arrangement, John debuted the song in EMI Studio 2 on November 24th, 1966, just over 5 months since the group's last recording session. The session began at 7 p.m., but since they hadn't been in each other's company as a foursome for months, a lax atmosphere ensued with much conversation taking up a good portion of time. Engineer Jeff Emmerich relates many of the details. It had been about 5 months since I'd last seen the group, but it might as well have been about 5 years. For one thing, they all looked so different. Garbed in colorful clothes and sporting trendy mustaches, George even had a beard. They were utterly hip, the epitome of swinging London circa 1966. John was the one who had changed the most, having shed the excess weight he'd put on during the Revolver sessions. He was trim, almost gaunt, and he was wearing granny glasses instead of the thick, horn-rimmed National Health spectacles I was used to seeing. He also had very short, distinctly non-Beatlish hair. It was our first night back in the studio, and we were huddled up about the mixing console, discussing how we wanted to approach the new album. John was even more agitated than usual. "Look," he said to George Martin, "it's really quite simple. We're fed up with making soft music for soft people, and we're fed up with playing for them too. But it's given us a fresh start, don't you see?" From the expression on his face, it was clear that George Martin didn't see. "We can't hear ourselves on stage anymore for all the screaming," Paul interjected earnestly. "So what's the point? We did try performing some songs off the last album, but there are so many complicated overdubs that we can't do them justice. Now we can record anything we want and it won't matter. And what we want to do is raise the bar a notch to make our best album ever." John persisted, talking rapid fire, a sure sign that he was starting to get annoyed. "What we're saying is, if we don't have to tour, then we can record music that we won't ever have to play live, and that means that we can create something that's never been heard before. A new kind of record with new kinds of sounds." Finally, George Martin called an end to the informal conference. "Right, then let's get to work. What have you got for me?" Paul started to say something, but before he could answer, John shouted out, "I've got a good one for a starter!" John could talk over most anyone if he wanted to, and he was never shy about jumping the queue. In fact, the first session for almost every Beatles album was devoted to recording one of his songs. A half-smile played across Paul's face as he shrugged his shoulders, backing down gracefully. Phil McDonald and I strained to hear what was going on downstairs. Down in the studio, George Martin was perched, as usual, on his high stool, positioned in the midst of the four Beatles. John was standing directly in front of him, playing an acoustic guitar and singing softly. Because he wasn't close to any of the microphones we had arranged around the room, I had to push the faders up quite high to hear him. From the very first note, it was obvious that this new Lennon song was a masterpiece. He had created a gentle, almost mystical tribute to some mysterious place, a place he called Strawberry Fields. When he finished, there was a moment of stunned silence, broken by Paul, who, in a quiet, respectful tone, said simply, "That is absolutely brilliant." The energy in the room was staggering. It was almost as if the band's creative energies had been bottled up for too long. The Beatles then began to put their heads together to create an appropriate arrangement for the song. George began working out some long, Hawaiian-style swoops that John wanted in strategic places. A new instrument was brought into the studio on this day by Mal Evans, this being a mellotron that was transported from John's Weybridge home. It was a keyboard John acquired in the summer of '65, but it brought into the studio for the first time on this day. John described it as a machine some guy in Britain invented, and it had tape loops on jazz bands, trumpets, flutes, and rhythm sections on it. The model was a Mellotron Mark II, as described by Andy Babiok in his book Beatles Gear. He adding that John finally found time to experiment with the tape relay instrument as he looked for a way to include the distinctive sounds on his latest composition. Ironically, it was Paul who played the Mellotron on the recordings. Emmerich continues, It was Paul, as usual, who discovered the musical potential instead of just the novelty value. With a remarkably short time, he'd worked out an arrangement that beautifully complemented John's haunting vocal line. Several hours were needed for the boys to write and rehearse an arrangement for the song. Ringo even arranged towels over his snare drum and tom-toms in order to give them the distinctive muffled tone. As for the mellotron, Paul chose the flute setting, which he thought would work nicely in the arrangement. The big breakthrough that night, according to Jeff Emmerich, was Paul's coming up with a stunning mellotron line that opens the song. Paul's inspiration really set the stage. Take 4 made it through to the end of the song, and although still having noticeable flubs by both John and Paul, it proved to be suitable enough for adding overdubs. This overdub take 4 was then given 3 rough mono mixes at the end of the day for acetate cutting purposes. By 1:30 a.m. in the next morning, the session was complete, and the group left for the night to mull over whether this version was suitable enough to be the finished version. As Mark Lewison states in the Beatles recording sessions, for the first time, there was no real pressure on the Beatles to deliver a product to a preset deadline. They could and would work on a song until they, and only they, were satisfied with it, irrespective of time. This version, Take 4, did eventually get an official release on the Super Deluxe edition of Sgt. Pepper. After a good rest, the Beatles reconvened at EMI Studio 2 at 2:30 p.m. on November 29th to continue work on the track. Take 6 was their best effort, once again consisting of John on electric guitar, Paul on mellotron, Ringo on drums, and George on maracas. However, George Martin sensed that John wasn't happy with the song. Before the very first recording of Strawberry Fields Forever, John stood opposite me in the studio and played me the song on his acoustic guitar, George Martin recalls. It was absolutely lovely. Then when we actually taped it with the usual instruments, it began to get heavy. John didn't say anything, but I knew it wasn't what he originally wanted. I metaphorically shrugged my shoulders and said, "Well, that wasn't really what I had thought of, but it's okay." And off John went. George Martin's intuitions were correct. John went away and listened to the lacquers we had made of it, and a week later he came back and said, "George, I'm not very happy about that record we just made. It's not exactly what I had in mind when I first wrote it. I'd like to do it again." But I had to admit, I thought it was going to be a little more flowing than it has been, John said. "That's the point. I want it a little smoother. Can you do a score for me and we'll do a new record?" So I said, "What do you want to use on it then?" And he said, "Well, strings and a bit of brass." So I scored it for some cellos and for some trumpets and things, and then we made another record. This conversation probably took place on December 6th, 1966, during the recording session for When I'm 64. John got his wish 2 days later, December 8th, as the Beatles once again reconvened in Studio 2 at 7 p.m. to start yet another version. Emmerich explains, "Unfortunately, on the night that they began doing the remake, George Martin and I were in London's West End, attending the premiere of the new Cliff Richard film, Finders Keepers. George was quite adamant that we go, which really annoyed me. I felt our place was with the Beatles, and I felt certain that they were going to be unhappy about us taking time off so early into an album project. In retrospect, I think it may have been a psychological ploy on George's part to show them who was in charge. In their absence, however, Technical engineer Dave Harries was there to get things going. As indicated in the liner notes of the Anthology 2 album, which included the last minute or so of what was created on this day, John was standing nearby a live microphone, uttering some nonsensical vocalizing. After some nondescript utterances were made, he clearly states twice, rolling his R's no less, "cranberry sauce." Paul says that's John's humor. John would say something totally out of sync, like cranberry sauce. If you don't realize that John's apt to say cranberry sauce when he feels like it, then you start to hear a funny little word there, and you think, aha! For many in late 1969, playing the song at a faster speed revealed John saying, "I buried Paul," which became an aha moment for the rumor mill, who insisted from various clues that Paul had been deceased since late 1966, or around that time that this song was recorded. Jeff Emmerich adds, John was actually saying cranberry sauce, not "I buried Paul," for the simple reason that we were recording around the time of Thanksgiving holiday, and just before the take, we had all been chatting about turkey and all the trimmings and how Americans traditionally ate such a meal at this time of year. That's the way John was. He'd often work little phrases or snatches of conversation about something that he had been recently reading or talking about into the music he was recording. I'm sorry to disappoint anyone who ever bought into this rubbish, but Paul was, in fact, very much alive and well, and there was never any kind of plan to fool the public by scattering clues about his supposed demise. Upon listening to this completely new remake, it appears that John got the heavy version of Strawberry Fields Forever that he asked for. Surely, now he would be happy. A few days later, he rang me up, George Martin relates, and said, "I like that one, I really do. But you know, the other one's got something too," referring to the newly recorded version of the song in comparison to the earlier version. "Yes, I know," I said. "They're both good. But aren't we going to split hairs?" Perhaps I shouldn't have used the word split, because John's reply was, "I like the beginning of the first one, and I like the end of the second one. Why don't we just join them together?" "Well, there are only two things against it," I said. "One is that they're in different keys. The other is that they're in different tempos." "Yeah, but you can do something about it." "I know." "You can fix it, George." Emmerich adds, "What do you think, Jeff?" a deflated George asked me after John had gone. My reply was non-committal. "I'm not sure. I guess all we can do is have a go." George Martin continues, "John always left this kind of a thing to me. He never professed to know anything about recording. He was the least technical of the Beatles. He had a profound faith in my ability to cope with such problems, a faith which was sometimes misplaced, as I certainly felt it was on this occasion. He had presented me with an almost insuperable task, but I had to have a go. Mono mixes for both versions of the song needed to be made first. Take 7 was the finished master of the slower version, and from it they created Mono Remix 10. Take 26 was the master of the faster version, and from it they created Mono Remix 11. Now all they had to do was figure out how to edit remixes 10 and 11 together efficiently. Since they didn't want to repeat any verses in the finished product, the first step was to delete the second verse of the slower version, which was done just after Remix 10 was created. This would bring in the second chorus right after the first verse ended in the slower version. That second verse, containing the lyrics, "No one I think is in my tree," would be heard in the faster version later in the finished song. Now to actually make the crucial edit that combined the two versions. I listened to the two versions again, George Martin relates, and suddenly realized that with a bit of luck I might be able to get away with it, because, with the way that the keys were arranged, the slower version was a semitone flat compared with the faster one. I thought, if I can speed up the one and slow down the other, I can get the pitches the same. And with any luck, the tempos will be sufficiently close to not be noticeable. I did just that on a variable control tape machine, selecting precisely the right spot to make the cut, to join them as nearly perfectly as possible. Jeff Emmerich adds, John's request, on the face of it, appeared completely unfeasible given the technology of the time. Today, a computer can quite easily change the pitch and/or tempo of a recording independently of each other. But all we had at our disposal was a pair of editing scissors, a couple of tape machines, and a Verispeed control. The problem was that as soon as you sped up a tape, the pitch also goes up. Slowing down a tape is the opposite effect, slowing the tempo, but also lowering the pitch. We had our work cut out for us. After some trial and error experimentation, I discovered that by speeding up the playback of the first take and slowing down the playback of the second, I could get them to match in both pitch and tempo. Next, I had to find a suitable edit point, one that wasn't obvious. The idea, after all, was to make the listeners think they were hearing a complete performance. The one I picked happened to fall almost exactly 60 seconds in, at the beginning of the second chorus, on the word going. Let me take you down 'cause I'm going to. Now it was a matter of figuring out exactly when to alter the playback speeds. George Martin and I decided to allow the second half to play all the way through at the lower speed. Doing so gave John's voice a smoky, thick quality that seemed to complement the psychedelic lyric and swirling instrumentation. The change is so subtle as to be virtually unnoticeable. No Beatles were present while this landmark editing job was being performed, but, lo and behold, one did show up moments later. John popped by to see how things were getting on. I had literally finished the edit just a few moments before he arrived. As we played the results of our labors to John for the first time, he listened carefully, head down, deep in concentration. I made a point of standing in front of the tape machine so that he couldn't see the splice go by. A few seconds after the edit flew past, John lifted his head up with a grin spread across his face. Has it passed yet, he asked. Sure had, I replied proudly. Well, good on you, Jeffrey, he said. He absolutely loved what we had done. We played it over and over again that night for John. And at the conclusion each time, he'd turn to us and repeat the same 3 words, eyes wide with excitement. Brilliant. Just brilliant. No live concert performances of the song occurred due to the Beatles giving up touring in 1966. However, this new single meant new promo films for viewing on television around the world. Swedish director Peter Goldman was hired for the project. Goldman explains, Originally, my enthusiasm for presenting English groups on TV in Sweden was fired by Richard Lester's fine film of the Beatles in A Hard Day's Night. I was amazed to find that there was a ban in Britain which prevented the Beatles from miming to their record. So I had to find settings and ideas which were sympathetic to their songs without turning them into comic actors. Tony Bramwell, producer of the promo films, relates the setting and ideas used for Strawberry Fields Forever. Klaus Vormann came up with the idea of a strange instrument in a tree, so I had to find a site with a suitable tree, which was Knoll Park. We found a piano, ripped it up, and then spent ages going up and down the tree with miles and miles of the glittery string you use to wrap Christmas presents. We didn't have a storyline as such. We were just trying things out, like changing the speed of the camera and running the film backwards. An interesting side note is a particular purchase John made on this second day of filming. John explains, we'd been filming a TV piece to go with Strawberry Fields Forever. There was a break and I went into this antique shop and I bought an old poster advertising a variety show which starred Mr. Kite. This, of course, was the catalyst to John and Paul writing the song being for the benefit of Mr. Kite. As for the actual Strawberry Fields, it was unfortunately closed in 2005, prompting a former employee to comment to the media, "So much for Strawberry Fields forever."
When we first started off writing, the kind of people, the composing teams that had gone before, like Rodgers and Hammerstein, it'd been 20 years before, but when you thought of composers, that there was that to it, Lerner and Lowe and all of those sort of famous teams. So I think just off the end of that, we'd kind of called ourselves Lennon-McCartney. Been a bit of a dispute as to which way round it was, but as usual, John got his way. So it was Lennon-McCartney. So I think that influenced a couple of people to say, you know, Lennon-McCartney, Rodgers and Hammerstein, why don't you do a musical? It seemed like a logical thing to do. And some of the songs we were doing would have, if they, you know, if you take some of the Beatles songs, you could put them into a pretty nifty musical. But in truth, we never liked that stuff. I liked musicals more than John. John couldn't stand them. He used to walk out, King and I. He couldn't handle all that stuff. Oh, I'm not staying. You know, he just didn't like. It was always that terrible, embarrassing moment, you know, where the sort of ding, you know, and the girls, they all go dreamy, and then it's and John, he couldn't handle it. You know, he'd always get up and leave.
The Beatles' versatility was a facet their rivals could only envy. Taped between sessions for Strawberry Fields Forever, this McCartney song could hardly have stood in greater contrast. Light in tone and texture, musically backward-looking, and delivered with cute indifference. Casting back to the music hall of George Formby and the seaside postcards of Donald McGill, When I'm 64 seems, on the face of it, typical of mid-60s taste for pastiches of pre-war English pop dealt in by groups like the Temperance Seven, the New Vaudeville Band, or the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band. In fact, it was one of Paul's earliest instrumental pieces, and had been used by the group in their club days as a filler when the PA system broke down. "My dad was an instinctive musician," Paul related. "He'd played the trumpet in a little jazz band when I was younger. I unearthed a photo in the 60s that someone in the family had given me, and there he is in front of a big bass drum. That gave us the idea for Sgt. Pepper, the Jimmy Mack Jazz Band. My dad is sitting there as a 24-year-old in his tux. Dad played the trumpet until his teeth gave out. He would play the piano at home. We always had a piano. I have some lovely childhood memories of lying on the floor and listening to my dad play Lullaby of the Leaves, still a big favorite of mine, and music from the Paul Whiteman era, old songs like Stairway to Paradise. He was my musical education. There was none in school. We never got music lessons. Dad was a pretty good self-taught pianist, but because he hadn't had training himself, he always refused to teach me. In the end, I learned to play by ear, just like him, making it all up. I wrote When I'm 64 on that piano when I was 16. It was all rather tongue-in-cheek, and I never forgot it. I wrote that tune vaguely, thinking it would come in handy in a musical comedy or something. Like I say, I didn't know what kind of career I was going to take back then. I wasn't necessarily looking to be a rock and roller. When I wrote When I'm 64, I thought I was writing a song for Sinatra. There were records other than rock and roll that were important to me, and that would come out in the Beatles doing songs like Till There Was You. However, how much of the song was written when Paul was still a teenager? I never did anything with it until I was about 24, and then we put the words to it, he said. It was kind of a cabaret tune. Then, years later, I put words to it. I thought it was too vaudevillian, so I had to take some cod lines to take the sting out of it and put the tongue very firmly in the cheek. The melody was fully worked out by the time I was about 16. It was one of my little party pieces, and when we were on the lookout for songs for the Beatles, I thought it would be quite good to put words to it. When I'm 64 was a case of me looking for stuff to do for Pepper. I thought it was a good little tune. Will You Still Need Me? is still a love song. Will you still look after me? Okay, but will you still feed me? Goes into goon show humor. I mean, imagine having 3 kids called Vera, Chuck, and Dave. It was very tongue-in-cheek, and that to me is the attraction of it. I liked indicate precisely what. I like words that are exact and that you might find on a form. It's a nice phrase, it scans. As to whether John actually made any contribution to the song, the assorted quotes are a little sketchy. I think I helped with some of the words, John said in '72. He completely distanced himself from the song in 1980 though, by saying, "Paul's completely. I would never dream of writing a song like that. There's some things I never think about, and that's one of them." The Beatles began work on the song on December 6, 1966. The first duties of the day, however, being recording taped Christmas messages for pirate radio stations Radio London and Radio Caroline.
This is John Lennon saying on behalf of the Beatles, have a very happy Christmas and a good New Year.
This is Paul McCartney here. I'd just like to wish you everything you wish yourselves for Christmas. George Harrison speaking. I'd like to take this opportunity of wishing a very Merry Christmas to listeners everywhere.
Hello, this is Ringo Starr, and I'd just like to say Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year to all listeners.
Because the group was already so familiar with the song, explains Jeff Emmerich, the backing track was laid down in just a couple of hours. Only 2 takes of the song needed to be recorded to get the rhythm track down properly, with take 2 being deemed the best, although it was recorded in a piecemeal fashion. While George was present on this day, as evidenced by his voice being heard on the Christmas messages taped earlier in the session, he apparently did not participate in the recording of the song at this point. They came back to it on December 20th, 1966. All 4 Beatles were present this time around. Paul, George, and John recording the background harmonies heard in the bridges of the song. Ringo had the duty of strategically adding the sound of orchestral bells in the bridges as well. It was at this session that Paul discussed with George Martin what was needed to complete the song. As was usual for a McCartney song, Jeff Emmerich continues, there were extensive discussions with George Martin about arrangement. Paul kept saying that he wanted the song to be really rooty-tooty, so George suggested the addition of clarinets. Paul adds, George helped me on the clarinet arrangement. I would specify the sound, and I love clarinets. So, could we have a clarinet quartet? Absolutely. I'd give him a fairly good idea of what I wanted, and George would score it because I couldn't do that. He was very helpful to us. The next day, December 21st, was the day that the clarinetists were hired to play George Martin's score for When I'm 64. Paul was undoubtedly present for this session, possibly being the only Beatle interested in the performance of the clarinetists. Paul, however, didn't quite get his quartet, since only 3 musicians were needed for the prepared score, those being Robert Burns, Henry Mackenzie, and Frank Reedy. During the mix, says Jeff Emmerich, Paul also asked to have the track sped up a great deal, almost a semitone, so that his voice would sound more youthful, like the teenager he was when he originally wrote the song. Placed within the vibrant, layered sounds of Sgt. Pepper, When I'm 64 feels like a playful, down-to-earth pause after George's complex and serious Within You, Without You.
The one immediately after that was curiously allied to Strawberry Fields. It was Penny Lane.
Penny Lane was a place that John knew about. So, you know, for me to just say I've got a song called Penny Lane, he knew exactly what I was doing. Similarly, Strawberry Fields, I knew about that from when I used to go and visit him when we were kids. And we transformed it into the sort of psychedelic dream. It's like everybody's magic place instead of just ours. We took them from being little localized things to made them more global.
Anyone unlucky enough to not have been aged between 14 and 30 during 1966 and 1967 will never know the excitement of those years in popular culture. A sunny optimism permeated everything, and possibilities seemed limitless. Bestriding a British scene that embraced music, poetry, fashion, and film, in which English football had recently beaten the world, the Beatles were at their peak, and looked up to in awe as arbiters of a new, positive age in which the dead customs of the older generation would be refreshed and remade through the creative energy of the young. With its vision of blue suburban skies and boundlessly confident vigor, Penny Lane distills the spirit of that time more perfectly than any other creative product of the mid-60s. Couched in the primary colors of a picture book, yet observed with the slyness of a gang of kids straggling home from school, Penny Lane is both naive and knowing, but above all, it's thrilled to be alive. This was one of the best things about Lennon and McCartney, the competitive element between them. It was great. This quote from Paul encapsulates the sentiment shared by most Beatles fans the world over. I think we wrote them around the same time. We were often answering each other's songs, so it might well have been my version of a memory song. In actuality, the seeds of the idea to write Penny Lane were germinating as far back as October of '65. John began writing lyrics for what was to become In My Life at that time, the first draft including more details of the places he remembers. These initial lyrics included the lines, "Penny Lane is one I'm missing, up church into the clock tower, in the circle of the abbey, past the tram shed with no trams, to the doctor's umbrella that they pulled down. All these places have their memories, some are dead and some are living." The decision was made to lessen the specifics, however, shifting the focus to a sort of love song instead. In '66, Paul revealed in an interview his desire to return to this theme in a Beatles song. I like some of the things the Animals tried to do, like the song Eric Burdon wrote about the places in Newcastle on the flip of one of their hits. I still want to write a song about the places in Liverpool where I was brought up. Places like the Dockers Umbrella, which is a long tunnel through which the Dockers go to work on Merseyside, and Penny Lane near my old home. The song Paul was referring to was Gonna Send You Back to Walker. Paul explains how the song was written with John in the third-floor music room at 7 Cavendish Avenue, London. When I came to write it, John came over and helped me with the third verse, as often was the case. We were writing childhood memories, recently faded memories from 8 or 10 years before, so it was a recent nostalgia, pleasant memories for both of us. All the places were still there, and because we remembered it so clearly, we could have gone on. John himself says, "We really got into the groove of imagining Penny Lane. You know, the bank was there, and that was where the tram sheds were, and people waiting, and the inspector stood there, the fire engines were down there. It was just reliving childhood. I wrote some of the lyrics. I can't remember which. It was all Paul's melody." Paul continues, "A lot of our formative years were spent walking around those places. Penny Lane was the depot I had to change buses at to get from my house to John's and to a lot of my friends. It was a big bus terminal, which we all knew very well."
There's a documentary aspect to Penny Lane, though it's best viewed perhaps as a docudrama, which is not so strange since when I was going to John's house in Liverpool, I would change buses at the Penny Lane roundabout. As well as being a bus terminal and a place that featured very much in my life and in John's life, we would often meet there. It was near St. Barnabas Church, where I was a choir boy. So it resonates in several ways. It's still in my ears and in my eyes. The line about a barber showing photographs is still amusing to me because it's as if the barbershop is a gallery that shows paintings. There's an exhibition in his window. You'd look at all the photos in the barber's window and then go in and say, "I'll have a Tony Curtis," or "I'll have a crew cut." And I thought showing photographs was a good choice of words. The shop in Penny Lane was owned by Harry Bioletti. It was an Italian barbershop complete with a striped pole outside it. All the members of the Beatles had our haircut there at one time or another. of every head he's had the pleasure to know. It's a line that uses a device my old English teacher would refer to as free indirect speech. You can hear the barber say, "It's been a pleasure to know you," or something like that. So it's a wonderfully succinct way of delivering information. It crams a lot in. I'm certain Dylan Thomas's Under Milk Wood was a big influence too. The characters in Penny Lane are still very real to me. I drive past it to this day, showing people the barber shop, the bank, the fire station, the church I used to sing in, and where the girl stood with a tray of poppies as I waited for the bus. That pretty nurse. I remember her vividly. It was Remembrance Day, and she had a tray full of paper poppies and badges. Funnily enough, a lot of Americans thought she was selling puppies. Just another interesting image. Tray full of puppies? But no, she's selling poppies, and she feels as if she's in a play. She is anyway. The She Is Anyway is very 60s. It's a commentary on its own method. If I were going to write a play about these characters, I'd rather have it be like a Harold Pinter play than something a bit straighter. I like the idea that they're a bit wonky, all these characters. There's something a bit strange about them.
With their newfound freedom to take their time in the recording studio and to get things exactly the way they wanted them, a new approach was instituted for recording Penny Lane. Engineer Geoff Emerick explains, one of Paul's favorite albums of 1966 was the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds, and he often played it on his portable gramophone during breaks. So it wasn't surprising when he announced that he wanted a really clean American sound on Penny Lane. I'd spent a lot of time mastering American records, and I was convinced that the best way to give Paul what he wanted was to record each instrument totally on its own, so that there would be no leakage, or bleed as it was known, whatsoever. Paul's trust in me was such that he simply said offhandedly, "Okay, well, let's do it that way then." Standard procedure usually had been that the Beatles would lay down a rhythm track together, and then, with this accomplished, all overdubs would be added on top to create the finished recording. This was to change dramatically for this song. Unlike any other Beatles track recorded to that point, Emerick continues, it started with Paul playing piano, not with the four of them playing a rhythm track together. Every single part except the main piano piece was an overdub. For days, the others sat at the back of the studio watching Paul layer keyboard after keyboard, working completely on his own. As always, his sense of timing was absolutely superb. The main piano part that everything was built on was rock solid, despite the fact that there were no electronic metronomes to lay down click tracks in those days. In fact, Ringo wasn't even employed to tap out a beat on the hi-hat. It was that bedrock of Paul's original piano track that gave the whole song such a great feel. Mark Lewison explains this day's events. Happiest with the sixth take, Paul then began to apply the overdubs, working alone in the studio. Onto track 2 of the tape went another piano, played this time through a Vox guitar amplifier with added reverberation to give an entirely different sound. Regarding the sound effects used, Geoff Emerick relates, if the Beatles ever got stuck for an overdub, they'd head into that sound effects cupboard under the stairs in Studio 2 to find something. There was so much paraphernalia in there. Wind machines, thunder machines, bells, whistles, you name it. Whenever that door was opened, we knew that something fun was about to happen. We were constantly having to bounce tracks together to do reductions, which we sometimes called premixes. In the end, there were so many keyboards blended together, and they ended up becoming a sound of their own. Listening to the finished recording, it's hard to pick out individual instruments. Some of the overdubs even got buried altogether because of the density of the instrumentation and the number of bounces. Nonetheless, Penny Lane contains a lot of great sounds. None of the instruments were taped pure, says Mark Lewison, being heavily limited by engineer Geoff Emerick and recorded at 47.5 cycles to speed up on replay. The Beatles then took off for the weekend, but George Martin was kept busy by Paul for those 2 days. George Martin was tasked with creating an arrangement for flutes, trumpets, piccolo, and flugelhorn, to which were added oboes, cor anglais, or English horns, and bow double bass. So, when Monday came around, January 9th, 1967, the session at EMI Studio 2 was used for overdubbing the first portion of these classical instruments, using the score that George Martin had come up with over the weekend. 4 flautists and 2 trumpeters, Leon Calvert and Freddie Clayton, were recorded on this day, 3 of these musicians also overdubbing piccolos and a flugelhorn. Geoff Emerick says, upon listening to the song at this point, as available in bootlegs, I'm sure that most listeners and record buyers would have been quite impressed with these stellar results. But Paul still wasn't satisfied. During a January 12th session, Paul kept talking about something that he had seen on television the night before. He was watching the second of a 5-part, late-night BBC Two television series, Masterworks, at home on the night before. Paul couldn't stop talking about it, Emerick details. What was that little tiny trumpet that this fellow was playing, he asked us. I couldn't believe the sound he was making. George Martin's classical training never came in more handy. That's called a piccolo trumpet, he said, and the chap playing it was David Mason, who happens to be a friend of mine. Fantastic, exclaimed Paul. Let's get him in here and have him overdub it. He saw me playing Bach's Brandenburg Concerto No. 2 in F major with the English Chamber Orchestra from Guildford Cathedral, remembers David Mason. The next morning I got a call, and a few days later I went along to the studio. That call was received on Friday, January 13th, and arrangements were made for him to come to a session on EMI Studio 2 4 days later on January 17th. George Martin, in his book All You Need Is Ears, explains some technical concerns for this day's session. Now the normal trumpet is in B flat, but there is also the D trumpet, which is what Bach mostly used, and the F trumpet. In this case, I decided to use a B-flat piccolo trumpet, an octave below the normal. It was a difficult session for 2 reasons. First, that little trumpet is a devil to play in tune because it really isn't in tune with itself. So in order to achieve pure notes, the player has to lip each one. Secondly, we had no music prepared. We just knew that we wanted little piping interjections. We'd experience with professional musicians saying, if the Beatles were real musicians, they'd know what they wanted us to play before we came into the studio. Happily, David Mason wasn't like that at all. By then, the Beatles were very big news anyway, and I think he was intrigued to be playing on one of their records, quite apart from being well paid for his trouble. As we came to each little section where we wanted the sound, Paul would think up the notes he wanted, and I would write them down for David. The result was unique, something that had never been done in rock music before, and it gave Penny Lane a very distinct character. But why weren't 2 of the Beatles' best tracks included on one of their best albums? The decision to release the 2 as singles and eventually take them off the LP is explained in depth by George Martin. Brian and I had always worked very closely together. We would have an overall plan of when we wanted records to come out, and we would also work out carefully the dates for the Beatles' recording sessions. After Revolver hit the shelves in August 1966, the Beatles were scheduled to come back to EMI at the end of the year to make a new album. We did not know what it was going to be. It was simply part of the process that had become established by then. 4 singles and 2 albums a year, an astonishing schedule by today's standards. From nowhere, though, the Beatles had decided to throw away the rulebook. The big question was, would anything of that cozy old recording and sales routine survive? Could we even count on a new album in 1967 at all? Knowing they were tired of the Goldfish Bowl, knowing that the American market had faltered slightly, did nothing to help Brian get a grip of a very fluid situation. All he could see was that the Beatles were refusing to come out and play anymore. They were going to shut themselves up in the studio, perhaps for months. Brian saw the black pit of obscurity yawning before him. And there was the 1966 Christmas market to take care of. We had to get something strong for that. It was with a tinge of panic in his voice, therefore, that Brian came to me and said, "We need a single out, George. Fast. What have you got? I want the best thing you've got." He was determined to make up any lost ground, and to keep the Beatles firmly in the limelight's brilliant blaze. What I had got was a small collection of gems. By this time, we had already completed 3 brand new titles, When I'm 64, Strawberry Fields Forever, and Penny Lane. We were working on Good Morning, and A Day in the Life. What about that for a choice? Realizing how desperate Brian was feeling, I decided to give him a super strong combination, a double punch that could not fail, an unbeatable linking of 2 all-time great songs, Strawberry Fields and Penny Lane. These songs would, I told him, make a fantastic double A-sided disc, better than our other double A-sided triumphs, Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out, and Eleanor Rigby, Yellow Submarine. It was the biggest mistake of my professional life. Releasing either song coupled with When I'm 64 would have been far the better decision, but at the time I just couldn't see it. If I had stopped to think about it for more than a second, I would have realized that one great title would fight another, and this is exactly what happened. The reports came in, and they showed that our double A-side was selling extremely well. There was only one problem. They were being counted separately. One side was effectively canceling out the success of the other. I firmly believe that if the total sales of those 2 sides had been added together, we would have squashed the opposition flat. As it was, a sentimental old-fashioned ballad called Release Me by a new singer with the unlikely name of Engelbert Humperdinck was outstripping us. For the first time since Please Please Me in 1963, the Beatles did not make it to the #1 spot in the charts with a new single. It broke the roll. We'd had 12 successive #1s. It had become as reliable as the sun coming up, and we took it almost as much for granted. Alas, with unlucky number 13, it was not to be. Despite being the best singles they had ever released in my opinion, the double A-side stalled at #2 on the NME charts, even though the combined sales got bigger and bigger. This little contretemps did not restore Brian's flagging morale. From the outset, Brian and I had been determined to give the buying public good value for money. We had agreed that if a song had been released as a hit single, we should try not to use it as a cynical sales getter on a subsequent album. To our way of thinking, this was asking people to pay twice for the same material. I know it seems ludicrous these days. Now a hit single is frequently used to sell a whole album, but we thought differently then. This was why Strawberry Fields Forever and Penny Lane did not make it onto Sgt. Pepper as originally intended.
Smile is the name of the new Beach Boys album, which will be released in January 1967. And with a happy album cover, the really happy sounds inside, and a happy in-store display piece you can't miss. We're sure to sell 1 million units in January.
The Beatles were going their way, and Brian was going his, and they were kind of looking over their shoulder and seeing what was coming up on the outside rail.
One night, Brian and I were driving to Dolores's for him to get burgers and fries and pie. And he turned on the radio, and something came on from the Beatles.
I was on Seconal, you know, those kind of pills, downers, and I was real relaxed. When Strawberry Fields came on the radio, I locked in with it. I locked right in with it, and took me, I had to pull over to my car over to the side, listened to it, and I said, I've never heard anything like this in my life.
And he just shook his head and he said, they did it already. And I said, they did what? And he said, what I wanted to do was smile. You know, maybe it's too late. And I just started laughing my head off. And he started laughing his head off. So I always, you know, I never gave that much import to that. But the moment he said it, he sounded very serious.
We heard about Smile being made at the time when we were in the 60s, and we were so excited, we were waiting for it, and rumours were it was great. But we never heard anything, and it was coming out, and we were waiting for it, and it never happened. We waited in vain.
Carnival of Light is a 13-minute freakout taped by the Beatles during an evening session following a vocal overdub on Penny Lane on January 5th, 1967. An avant-garde piece without beat or key, Carnival of Light was instigated and directed by Paul, 18 months before John's Revolution 9. For this reason, Paul is proud of it, and apparently still hopes for it to be in the public domain. Yet while it establishes his underground credentials ahead of John's, the two are very, very different. For more than a year before the Beatles recorded this track, Paul had been playing at his home in Cavendish Avenue with tape loops and musique concrète, as well as experimenting with montage home movies. Paul at this time was becoming involved in the London underground art scene through his friend Barry Miles, who owned the Indica Gallery and helped start the independent scene newspaper International Times. Through Miles, he knew the music of AMM, the free improvisation group founded in 1965 that often performed in darkness, incorporating randomly scanned broadcasts by playing transistor radios. Paul clearly had this sort of music in mind during the recording of Carnival of Light and A Day in the Life. The major discovery of his interaction with the mid-60s classical and jazz avant-garde was random. The realization that chance elements, with which the Beatles are already casually toyed, could produce interesting results when actively sought after. The difference was that AMM, following the contemporary ideal of transcending the ego, specialized in a sensitive form of collective improvisation, in which players not only listened intently to each other, but interacted spontaneously with everything around them, including their audiences. In Carnival of Light, the Beatles merely bashed about at the same time, overdubbing without much thought and relying on the instant artifacts of tape echo to produce something suitably far out.
Right. The thing is, I was asked to do something in the 60s, and I was kind of grooving around London, and the other guys were kind of living out a little bit in the suburbs. Right. They'd all got married, so I was just kind of grooving around, and I got asked to do a piece of music for a thing called the Carnival of Light, which is a real sort of hippie thing, man. Right. And it was great, you know, and the guy said, you can do anything. So I just went into the studio, before a Beatles session, and when the guys came in, I said, look, can we just have 15 minutes where I'll just organize a little bit of craziness? Is everyone up for it? The guy said, yeah, sure, you know. So I said, okay, well, just wander around and just hit anything you want, just say anything you want, just play a bit ding on the piano, right, or go on the drums. And say,
avant-garde music. Yes.
Avant-garde. Yes. As George used to call it, avant-garde a clue. Yeah. So I said, well, we'll just do this for 15 minutes, and then that's me covered. I'll give it to the guy. We'll put a lot of echo on it.
Right.
It was a bit of nonsense, really, Jeff Emmerich said. But everyone had fun doing it. Whenever the Beatles tried something really outrageous, George Martin would roll his eyes and mutter a clipped, "Oh my God," under his breath. Looking back, I guess that everyone was just tripping their brains out that night, but we didn't know it then. When John started shouting repeatedly in one of his goon-like voices, Phil and I were doubled over in laughter. When they had finished, George Martin said to me, "This is ridiculous. We've got to get our teeth into something more constructive." Mark Lewison, who was personally allowed to listen to the song in 1987, while compiling his book The Complete Beatles Recording Sessions, lists the multi-track tape contents as distorted, hypnotic drum and organ sounds, a distorted lead guitar, various indescribable sound effects with heaps of echo and manic tambourine, the sounds of a church organ, various effects, water gargling was one, and voices, perhaps most intimidating of all, John and Paul screaming dementedly and bawling aloud random phrases like, "Are you all right? Barcelona!" Lewison also said that fans would be disappointed once they hear the track. Others who have heard the song, such as Barry Miles, compared it to Frank Zappa's The Return of the Son of the Monster Magnet, the closing song from the album Freak Out. Paul himself said that Freak Out was a big influence on Sgt. Pepper. According to the biographer Philip Norman, during the recording sessions, Paul would repeatedly say, "This is our Freak Out!" All in all, it would be unfair to expect anything much more considered, given that, unlike Revolution 9, which was carefully crafted for the White Album and took 5 days to finish, Carnival of Light was knocked off quickly as an informal commission for a mixed media event held on the 28th of January and the 4th of February 1967 at the Roundhouse Theatre in Camden Town, North London. Organized by a trio of then voguish underground artists, Doug Binder, Dudley Edwards, and Dave Vaughan, the Carnival of Light rave was a genuine countercultural happening, a gathering of the English heads 3 months before the larger and better remembered 14-hour Technicolor Dream at Alexandra Palace in Motswell Hill. For the carnival, the inside of the roundhouse was turned into an environment by being draped in sheets for light shows. As at the Technicolor Dream and similar hippie events, the audience wandered amid art objects and installations as films were projected and music was performed. Personally delivered to Binder, Edwards, and Vaughan on quarter-inch tape by Paul, the Beatles soundtrack to these proceedings was played several times during both evenings. Retrospective reports of Carnival of Light from those present in the event have been negative or dismissive. Brian Hodgson from Unit Delta Plus described the track as, "all rather a mess. There seemed to be no coherence to what was on the tape." David Allen from the band Soft Machine, who also performed at the event, recalled that he dimly remembers the sound collage because it was not particularly memorable. He, Paul, had obviously improved a bit by the time Sgt. Pepper was made. Decades later, Paul tried to have it released in 1996 for Anthology 2, although George reportedly voted against it, allegedly saying that he didn't like avant-garde music. In the same year, Paul also claimed that he had been working on a photo collage film for which he intended to use Carnival of Light in the soundtrack, although the project has never been seen, and the last time he spoke of it was in 2002. Paul has confirmed that he was indeed still in possession of the master tapes and was still eager to release them, saying that he felt as though the time has come for it to get its moment. "I like it because it's the Beatles free, going off-piste." Although he also said that such a release would require consent from the group's estate, John's widow Yoko, and George's widow Olivia, as well as Ringo. Was he barred from releasing it by the group's estate? Did he change his mind and feel it would be better left buried? Who knows?
Now, because the Beatles was such a big thing, it now is of interest.
Right.
But, you know, I meet people at, like, my kid's school. There's, like, a nice dinner lady there who I chat to. She said, "Ooh, new Beatles music, 15 minutes. Ooh." I said, "I don't think you'd like it."
Right. Nobody might
It's
like
not
it,
what you're thinking it is.
Right.
It's kind of, "Hey, about you." Oh, whoop, 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 whoop.
But you were willing to let it out there, but
Cool.
George was against it.
You know, and I thought it might be good on the anthology.
Right.
Where we were putting everything out. It was like every old bootleg we'd ever done. And I thought that might be an interesting part of the kind of 60s story.
Based on all of the testimonies of those who have heard it, I predict that it's just not a really interesting or memorable avant-garde piece. Indeed, listening to this obscure treasure would be fascinating. But aside from its historical relevance, I think it could be a letdown after all the buzz around it. For various reasons, it'll probably never be released. Although it may, of course, leak one day.
See, I think I've got like a certain personality, and if I know I get into avant-garde stuff, I don't particularly shout, "Hey, you know what I'm into now? Avant-garde stuff." I just kind of do it and get on with it. So way before John met Yoko and got avant-garde, I was like the avant-garde London bachelor with Miles, my pad in St. John's Wood. I was making like 8mm movies, showing them to Antonioni. And that was pretty far out stuff, you know. But, you know, I had a lot of this, and John used to come from Weybridge, kind of looking slightly goofy, and say, "Wow, you know, great, it's great, we should do more of this." But I always had this sort of attitude of, well, you know, I am sort of what I am, and this is me just learning and being good. But I mean, it never really came out about me. When John went avant-garde, you knew about it.
Was that because he was a self-publicist, or was it just that happened?
No, he's just enthusiasm for whatever he was doing. John was very upfront. I'm not as upfront. I'm just a different personality. You know, it just doesn't occur to me to tell people everything I'm doing. But it didn't occur to me, the next NME interview I did, to say, hey, have you heard William Burroughs, man? He's in town, and he's writing the greatest album God. You know, maybe it would have been good for me to do that. I don't know.
Since the boys couldn't include Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields on the new album, they were then left to practically start from scratch. Under the working title of In the Life of, the Beatles started recording their ultimate masterpiece, A Day in the Life, on January 19, 1967, and thereby set an amazing new tone for Pepper. I was writing the song with the Daily Mail propped up in front of me on the piano, John said. I had it open at their news and brief, or Far and Near, or whatever they call it. There was a paragraph about 4,000 holes in Blackburn, Lancashire being discovered. It was a good piece of work between Paul and me. I read the news today bit, and it turned Paul on. Now and then we really turn each other on with a bit of a song, and he just said, yeah, bang bang, like that. It just sort of happened beautifully. And we arranged it and rehearsed it, which we don't often do, the afternoon before, so we all knew what we were playing. I needed a middle 8 for it, but that would have been forcing it. All the rest had come out smooth, flowing, no trouble, and to write a middle 8 would have been to write a middle 8, but instead Paul already had one there. It's a bit of 2001, you know. Paul and I were definitely working together. The way we wrote a lot of the time, you'd write the good bit, that part was easy, like, I read the news today or whatever it was. Then when you got stuck or whenever it got hard, instead of carrying on, you just drop it. Then we would meet each other and I would sing half and he would be inspired to write the next bit and vice versa. He was a bit shy about it because I think he thought it was already a good song. Sometimes we wouldn't let each other interfere with the song either because you tend to be a bit lax with someone else's stuff. You experiment a bit. Paul revealed, it was about me remembering what it was like to run up the road to catch the bus to school, having a smoke and going into school. We decided, bugger this, we're going to write a turn-on song. It was a recollection of my school days. I would have a woodbine then, and somebody would speak, and I would go into a dream. That was the only song on the album written as a deliberate provocation. It was his original idea. We went upstairs to the music room and started to work on it. He had the first verse, he had the war, and I had the little bit of the second verse. I knew this was like a big song from the minute John brought it in and we started working on it.
So it had two stories. One was the Guinness child had killed himself in a car. On the next page was about 4,000 holes in Blackburn, Lancashire. He had that one little lick floating around in his head. He couldn't use it for anything. He stuck it on. Now, instead of going on and developing that lick into the middle 8, which we would normally do, we got into how about putting a whole different song, which he already had, that had nothing to do with Day in the Life, which is all about being on the top of the bus in a barber chair and putting those two beats, which is a precursor to Abbey Road style later on.
Yeah. Is that an important song as it was to the rest of the world?
Oh yeah, it was important to me because I thought it was a damn good piece of work, that's all. Yeah.
Tara Brown, great-grandson of the brewer Edward Cecil Guinness and son of Lord Oranmore Brown, was part of the new young aristocracy who loved to mingle with pop stars. Although only 21 at the time of his death, he would have inherited a £1 million fortune at the age of 25, and was described on his death certificate as a man of independent means, with a London home in Eaton Row, Belgravia. Brown was driving down Redcliffe Gardens in Earl's Court during the early hours when a Volkswagen pulled out of a side street into his path. In swerving to avoid it, his Lotus Elan plowed into a stationary van, and he was pronounced dead on arrival at a local hospital. Paul revealed, the verse about the politician blowing his mind out in a car we wrote together. It has been attributed to Tara Brown, the Guinness heir, which I don't believe is the case. Certainly as we were writing it, I was not attributing it to Tara in my head. In John's head it might have been. In my head, I was imagining a politician bombed out on drugs who'd stopped at some traffic lights, and he didn't notice that the lights had changed. The blew his mind was purely a drug reference, nothing to do with a car crash. In actual fact, I think I spent more time with Tara than John did. I'd taken Tara up to Liverpool. I was with Tara when I had the accident where I split my lip. We were really quite good friends, and I introduced him to John. Anyway, if John said he was thinking of Tara, then he was, but in my mind it wasn't to do with that. We looked through the newspaper and both wrote the verse, "How many holes in Blackburn, Lancashire?" I liked the way that he said Lancashire, which is the way that you pronounce it up north. This was the time of Timothy Leary's "Turn on, tune in, drop out," and we wrote "I'd love to turn you on." John and I gave each other a knowing look. It's a drug song. You know that, don't you? Yes, but at the same time, our stuff is always very ambiguous, and turn you on can be sexual, so come on. 2 days after that issue of the Daily Mail came out, January 19th, 1967, the Beatles entered EMI Studio 2 around 7:30 p.m. to begin the song. Jeff Emmerich details the humble beginnings of this monumental track. One mid-January evening, the four Beatles rolled up, a little bit stoned, as had become usual, but with a tinge of excitement. They had a new song they'd been working on, and they were anxious to play it for George Martin and me. They had gotten in the habit of meeting at Paul's house in nearby St. John's Wood before sessions, where they'd have a cup of tea, perhaps a puff of a joint, and John and Paul would finish up any songs that were still in progress. Once a song was complete, the four of them would start routining it right there and then, working out parts, learning the chords and the time changes, all before they got to the studio. Then they would get into their respective cars and be driven over to Abbey Road. Although it was walking distance, they couldn't take a stroll because of all the fans, which explained why they always showed up together despite living considerable distances from one another. The song was in a similar vein to Strawberry Fields Forever, light and dreamy, but it was somehow even more compelling. I was in awe. I distinctly remember thinking, Christ, John's topped himself. As he sang softly, strumming his acoustic guitar, Paul accompanied him on piano. A lot of thought must have gone into the piano part, because it was providing a perfect counterpoint to John's vocal and guitar playing. The only lyric in the chorus was a rather daring, "I'd love to turn you on." 6 provocative words that would result in the song being banned by the BBC. Obviously more was needed to flesh it out. There was a great deal of discussion about what to do, but no real resolution. Paul thought he might have something that would fit, but for the moment everyone was keen to start recording, so it was decided simply to leave 24 empty bars in the middle as a kind of placeholder. This in itself was unique in Beatles recording. The song was clearly unfinished, but it was so good nonetheless that it was decided to plow ahead and get down on tape and then finish it later. In essence, the composition was going to be structured during the recording stage. Without any conscious forethought, we were in the process of creating not just a song, but a musical work of art. Regarding the empty 24 bars separating the distinct sections of the song, George Martin recalls, "When we recorded the original track, it was just Paul banging away on the same piano note, bar after bar, for 24 bars. In order to keep time, we got Mal Evans to count each bar, and on the record you can still hear his voice as he stood by the piano counting, 1, 2, 3, 4. For a joke, Mal set an alarm clock to go off at the end of 24 bars, and you can hear that too. We left it in because we couldn't get it off." Once the sparse backing track, take 4, was deemed satisfactory, John did take after take of the lead vocal, each heavily laden with tape echo, each more amazing than the one before. The session ended at 2:30 a.m. the following morning, and although all 4 tracks of the master tape were filled, it was obvious that much more work would be required to get it to a finished state. What wasn't obvious, however, was what would actually be required to get it to that state. The Beatles filed into Studio 2 once again later that evening, January 20th, for more work on the song. Paul recounts, "We persuaded Ringo to play tom-toms. It's sensational. He normally didn't like to play lead drums, as it were, but we coached him through it. We said, 'Come on, you're fantastic. This will be really beautiful.' And indeed it was." Genesis drummer Phil Collins remarks, "The drum fills on A Day in the Life were very, very complex things. You know, you could take a great drummer from today and say, 'I want it like that,' and they really wouldn't know what to do." Emmerich adds, "Because John and Paul felt so strongly that the drums be featured in this song, I decided to experiment sonically as well. We were looking for a thicker, more tonal quality, so I suggested that Ringo tune his toms really low, making the skins really slack, and I also added a lot of low end at the mixing console. This made them sound almost like timpani, but I still felt there was more I could do to make his playing stand out. During the making of Revolver, I had removed the front skin from Ringo's bass drum, and everyone was pleased with the resultant sound, so I decided to extend that principle and take off the bottom heads from the tom-toms as well, making them from underneath. We had no boom stands that could extend underneath the floor tom, so I simply wrapped the mic in a towel and placed it in a glass jug on the floor. For the icing on the cake, I decided to overly limit the drum premix, which made the cymbals sound huge. It took a lot of work and effort, but that's one drum sound I was extremely proud of, and Ringo, who was always meticulous about his sounds, loved it too." One other overdub that occurred on this day concerned the middle section of the song. Paul took to recording a guide vocal here for the first time, although it wasn't to be in the finished version, just a guide to show how it would work with the song. Emmerich says, "In what could only be described as pure serendipity, it happened to begin with the lyric 'woke up, fell out of bed,' which incredibly, perfectly fit the alarm clock ringing. If ever there was an omen that this was to be a very special song in the Beatles canon, this was it." Work resumed on A Day in the Life on February 3rd. It was on this day that a monumental decision was being made. George Martin explains, "The question was, how are we going to fill those 24 bars of emptiness? After all, it was pretty boring, so I asked John for his ideas. As always, it was a matter of me trying to get inside his mind, discover what pictures he wanted to paint, and then try to realize them for him. John said, 'I want it to be like a musical orgasm. What I'd like to hear is a tremendous build-up, from nothing up to something absolutely like the end of the world. I'd like it to be from extreme quietness to extreme loudness, not only in volume, but also for the sound to expand as well. I'd like to use the symphony orchestra for it. Tell you what, George, you book a symphony orchestra, and we'll get them into a studio and we'll tell them what to do.' Paul goes on record to say that he had a big part in this musical orgasm idea. I sat John down and suggested it to him, and he liked it a lot. I said, 'Look, all these composers are doing really weird avant-garde things, and what I'd like to do here is give the orchestra some really strange instructions. We could tell them to sit there and be quiet, but that's been done. Or we could have our own ideas based on this school of thought. This is what's going on now. This is what this movement's about. So this is what we did.' George Martin continues, 'Come on, John,' I said. 'There's no way you can get a symphony orchestra sitting around and say to them, "Look, fellers, this is what you're going to do." Because you won't get them to do what you actually want them to do. You've got to write something down for them.' 'Why?' asked John, with his typically wide-eyed approach to such matters. 'Because they're all playing different instruments, and unless you've got time to go around to each of them individually and see exactly what they do, it just can't work.' George Martin liked the idea, but mindful of the cost, was adamant that there was no way he could justify charging EMI for a full 90-piece orchestra just to play 24 bars of music. It was Ringo, of all people, who came up with the solution. 'Well then,' he joked, 'let's just hire half an orchestra and have them play it twice.' Everyone did a double take, stunned by the simplicity of the suggestion. 'You know, Ring, that's not a bad idea,' Paul said. 'But still, boys, think of the cost,' George Martin stammered. John put an end to the discussion. 'Right, Henry,' he said, his voice carrying the tone of an emperor issuing a decree. Enough chit-chat. Let's do it. The cavernous EMI Studio 1 was booked this time, since it was almost always used for classical recordings and could accommodate symphony orchestras. Although it was John's request to have them improvise, George Martin knew that wouldn't fly with the session musicians of this caliber. Therefore, he knew he had to put something together for them, which he did sometime within the previous week. He did explain what he wanted sufficiently for me to be able to write a score, Martin explains. We all felt a sense of occasion, since it was the largest orchestra we had ever used on the Beatles recording. So I wasn't all that surprised when Paul rang up and said, "Look, do you mind coming in evening dress?" "Why? What's the idea?" "We thought we'd have fun. We've never had a big orchestra before, so we thought we'd have fun on the night. So will you come in evening dress? And I'd like all the orchestra to come in evening dress too." "Well, that may cost a bit extra, but we'll do it," I said. "What are you going to wear?" "Oh, our usual freakouts," by which they meant their gaudy hippie clothes, floral coats and all. Barry Miles describes the scene in the studio that day, February 10th, starting at 8 p.m. The studio was filled with balloons, and flower children in tattered lace and faded velvet tripped around the room blowing rainbow bubbles. 3 Rolling Stones, Brian Jones, Keith Richards, and Mick Jagger, accompanied by Marianne Faithfull, paraded in King's Road psychedelic finery, with flowing scarves, crushed velvet, and satin trousers, and multicolored boots. Donovan, the cosmic troubadour, Graham Nash, the only psychedelic member of the Hollies, the monkey, Mike Nesmith, Patty, George's wife, and dozens of other friends milled about the edge of the room. Paul had another idea brewing in his head on this day. Emmerich remembers, Paul asked the other Beatles and their guests to stick around and try out an idea he had just gotten for an ending, something he wanted to overdub on after the final orchestral climax. Everyone was weary, the studio was starting to smell suspiciously of pot, and there was lots of wine floating around, but they were keen to have a go. Paul's concept was to have everyone hum the same note in unison. It was the kind of avant-garde thinking he was doing a lot of in those days. It was absurd, really. The biggest gathering of pop stars in the world gathered around a microphone, humming. With Paul conducting the choir, it was a fun way to cap off a fine party. Mark Lewison got to listen to these humming takes. He writes, "The Beatles and various friends, at least one female voice is evident, gathered around the studio microphone and attempted to record the song's coda, which at this stage was going to be a long hum. It was undoubtedly a fine idea, and it was to remain the best solution to ending the song until the famous piano chord was recorded." George Martin explains the hum overdub a little differently. And this was one of those bright ideas that just didn't work. We thought of all the ideas of Buddhist monks chanting. We thought it'd be a great idea to have everybody mess in the studio doing Om, hanging on to it and multiplying it many times. And the result was pathetic. By February 22nd, it was decided that the hum ending wasn't quite good enough to end the song. The inspiration for what was finally used once again came from Paul, with eager assent from John. A huge piano chord that would last forever. George Harrison was not present for this overdub, so Mal Evans was recruited to fill in for him, as they would all work at hitting an E major chord on their respective pianos simultaneously. With George Harrison finally showing up, John remarked sarcastically, "Nice of you to turn up, George. You only missed the most important overdub we've ever done." Emmerich says, everyone crowded into the tiny control room for one last playback. The overflow of guests spilling out into the corridor, listening through every open door. Everyone, without exception, was totally and utterly blown away by what they were hearing. Ron Richards kept shaking his head, telling anyone who would listen, "That's it. I think I'll give up and retire now.
The problem was with that period, that's why I got a little resentful later on when I thought about it all, although subconsciously I knew what was going on at the time, was that because I was living a more suburban life with a wife and kid, he was sort of tripping around town and that and hanging out, being a bachelor. He would work something out, even on Sgt. Pepper, which was his original idea, this idea of the third party, Sgt. Pepper, was he'd work something out and do a lot of work on it, and then suddenly call me and say, well, it's time to go in the studio, write some songs. Whereas he'd have all prepared and ready with ideas and arrangements, and I would be starting from scratch. On Pepper, I managed to come up with Lucy in the Sky and A Day in the Life under such pressure that I had through 10 days, he called and says, I'm ready, I've got this idea. We weren't communicating enough, you see, because he was hanging out with the bachelors and I was hanging out at home. And later on, that's why I got resentful later on, talking about all that stuff. But now I understand it was just the same old competitive game going on, only I sort of succumbed to marriage and eating.
During the Beatles' final US tour, Paul had been struck by the fanciful names adopted by the new American groups, and the graphical blend of psychedelia and vaudeville used in West Coast pop posters. Such anarchic-free association made the Beatles seem as passé as the performing career the group was about to abandon. Musing on this, he conceived the idea of a rebranded, reborn Beatles in the form of a corporate alter ego, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. I thought it would be nice to lose our identities, to submerge ourselves in the persona of a fake group. We could make up all the culture around it, and collect all our heroes in one place. An idea later revived by the theatrical glam rock artists of the 70s. Paul's brainwave didn't immediately appeal to John, but he came round to it as the album progressed. Made passively tolerant by LSD, he was happy to sit back and let Paul run the show.
Sgt. Pepper is Paul after a trip to America, and the whole West Coast long-named group thing was coming in. When people were no longer the Beatles or the Crickets, they were suddenly Fred and his incredible shrinking Grateful Aeroplanes, right? So I think he got influenced by that and came back, and from that long title business came up with this idea of the Beatles. And as I read the other day, he said somewhere in one of his fanzine interviews, something about that, meaning he was trying to separate, put something between the Beatles and the public.
Because I've been listening to all this sort of alternative music, I thought, wait, what about that for an idea? We'll pretend we're another band when we make this album. And the idea was, when you walk up to the microphone, John, you won't be John Lennon. You'll be a guy out of this group, so you can do anything you want. So that's why the uniforms are on the, we went down to the tailors in Soho, Berman's, and we all got measured for all the suits and everything. We did it full tilt,
In Mal Evans' recollection, they had first settled on Dr. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band as the name of the fictitious group, only to realize that Dr. Pepper was already a registered trademark. This necessitated additional brainstorming, which produced Captain Pepper, before the duo finally arrived at Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
I was with our roadie, Mal. He said, "We pass the salt and pepper." And he said, "Salt and pepper." I said, "What?" He said, "Salt and pepper." And I thought he said Sgt. Pepper.
Oh, that was it?
I said, "That's great. Wait a minute, hold that right there."
Not so much a song as a purpose-designed overture, Sgt. Pepper is a sharp infusion of Edwardian variety orchestra and contemporary heavy rock. On the one hand, Paul was thinking of the period fashion then on sale in London shops like I Was Lord Kitchener's Valet and Granny Takes a Trip. On the other, he was influenced by the Jimi Hendrix Experience, which he and John heard at Brian's Saville Theatre 2 nights before recording the track. I must admit I'd taken some acid, Paul admits. I had drawn the sketch to show the guys what this new project might be like. I did a sketch in which the four of us were pictured in front of a floral clock. It was as if time stood still, because the clock was made of flowers. There was something lovely about that. The idea was that the band was going to be presented with a trophy by the Lord Mayor of London, or something like that. So, we all agreed on the cover idea. Then we went down to the costumier Monty Berman in Soho to be fitted with the band's outfits. They loved it, and it really freed us up. However, Paul apparently needed a little help in bringing the song to completion. I used to share a flat in Sloane Street with Mal, explains roadie Neil Aspinall. One day in February 1967, Paul called, saying that he was writing a song and asking if I and Mal could come over. The song was the start of Sgt. Pepper. At my place he carried on writing, and the song developed. Paul apparently decided to forego his partnership with John to reach out to other associates for songwriting collaboration, George not being among them. Mal Evans refers to this day in his diary. Sgt. Pepper started writing a song with Paul upstairs in his room, he on piano. His entry for February 1st, 1967, which was the first recording date for the song, read, "Sgt. Pepper sounds good. Paul tells me that I will get royalties on the song. Great news, now perhaps a new home." The Keith Badman book, The Beatles Off the Record, contains this very interesting quote from Mal Evans taken from a taped interview shortly before his death on January 5th, 1976. "The first song I ever wrote that got published was Sgt. Pepper. At the time, I was staying with Paul as his housekeeper. His previous housekeeper had left for some reason. I stayed with him for 4 months, and he had a music room at the top of his house with his multicolored piano, and we were up there a lot of the time. We wrote Sgt. Pepper, and also another song on the album, Fixing a Hole." No doubt with his collaboration with Mal Evans in his mind, Paul related to how another aspect of the lyrics came about. Billy Shears is another name that sounds like a schoolmate, but isn't. Ringo is Billy Shears. It just happened to turn out that we dreamed up Billy Shears. It was a rhyme for years, band you've known for all these years. We thought, there's a great little name. It's an Eleanor Rigby type name, a nice atmospheric name, and it was leading into Ringo's track. So as far as we were concerned, it was purely and simply a device to get the next song in. On February 1st, 1967, about 9 weeks into their current recording project, the Beatles entered EMI Studio 2 at 7 p.m. to start recording their 5th composition designed for the new album. Jeff Emmerich remembers, "Sgt. Pepper had quite a different feel from all the other laid-back songs we'd done so far. This one was a real rocker, more like the kind of cover songs the band did in their live set earlier in their career." There was another surprise, Emmerich continues. Paul wanted to play rhythm guitar on the backing track instead of bass. The first time I'd known him to do that. He simply told John, "Let me do rhythm on this. I know exactly what I want." John accepted Paul's instruction without a word of protest and simply picked up a bass guitar. He didn't have any feel for that instrument though, so we decided to record him on a separate track, using a direct injection box instead of a bass amp. This way, his guide bass part could be replaced later by Paul, without any problem of bleed or leakage onto any of the other microphones. EMI technician Ken Townsend explains further. "I think direct injection was probably used on Beatles sessions for the first time anywhere in the world. We built our own transformer boxes and plugged the guitars straight into the equipment." Emmerich adds, "After we explained the function of the direct injection box, John told George Martin that he'd like to have his voice recorded that way too. Tongue planted firmly in cheek, Martin explained why he couldn't do that. For one thing, John, you'd have to have an operation first so we could implant a jack socket into your throat. Even then, John couldn't quite grasp why it wasn't possible. He simply didn't like taking no for an answer." Take 9, which became The Keeper, was overdubbed this evening with Paul's bass guitar, also by direct injection, onto track 2, wiping out John's bass work in the process. By 2:30 a.m. the following day, the session was complete. Later that evening, at 7 p.m. on February 2nd, the boys reconvened at EMI Studio 2 to overdub the vocals onto tracks 3 and 4. Paul sang his blistering lead vocals, and then John, Paul, and George harmonized the chorus and bridge vocals. The additional vocalist joined in on the chorus, as noted in the diary of Mal, who wrote, "Recording voices on Captain Pepper, as it was initially known. All 6 of us doing the chorus in the middle worked until about midnight." His reference to all 6 of us seems to indicate that Mal, Neil, and Ringo all contributed to the "Hope you will enjoy the show" vocals of the chorus late that evening. On March 3rd, after 6 more new songs were premiered for the album, they returned their attention to the Sgt. Pepper. They entered Studio 2 once again at 7 p.m. for the brass band overdub, the players consisting of James W. Buck, Neil Sanders, Tony Randall, and John Burden, a former London Symphony Orchestra member. All 4 of these musicians played French horns, but without a definite score pre-arranged. They didn't really know what they wanted, related John Burden. I wrote out phrases for them based on what Paul McCartney was humming to us and George Martin. All 4 Beatles were there, but only Paul took an active interest in our overdub. After this overdub was complete, attention was given to recording a lead guitar part for the song. George Harrison spent hours trying to nail down the guitar solo, remembers Geoff Emerick. In the end, Paul preemptorily replaced George's work with a stunning solo of his own, which Harrison was clearly not very happy about. But the storm quickly blew over. This being the case, the finished product, as we know it, consists of Paul playing rhythm guitar, bass guitar, and lead guitar. It was about 3 or 4 weeks before the final session when they started thinking about the running order of the songs, Emerick related. The concept of it being Sgt. Pepper's Band was already there when Paul said, "Wouldn't it be good if we got the atmosphere, get the band warming up, hear the audience settle into their seats, and have the songs act as different acts on the stage?" So, during the February 10th orchestral overdub for A Day in the Life, 4 tapes were made of miscellaneous sounds, these tapes being recorded for possible future use. Less than a month later, on this day in fact, a use was found. A few seconds of the orchestra tuning up was dropped into track 3 of Sgt. Pepper's theme to get the atmosphere. Being that the purpose of this song was to act as an overture of sorts, which was quite a departure from anything the group had done before, the framework of the song is quite unique to their past, as well as future, catalog. The structure consists of intro, verse, bridge, chorus, bridge, verse, outro, or A, B, C, D, C, B, E. So we see here a forward progression from section to section until we get to the chorus, then reversing the order and going nearly all the way back to where we started. The audience apparently sees something humorous happen on the stage, which causes a spontaneous burst of laughter. In an interview with Geoff Emerick, he relates Paul's explanation of this laughter. That's when, Ringo comes on stage to sing Billy Shears and he trips up and falls over. That's why the audience laughs. A conclusion to the song is then heard, which was created to segue into Billy's song. However, during the recording, the Beatles didn't have a song for him to sing yet. Therefore, the original master tapes revealed that they played 12 measures of vamping on the C chord, 4 2-measure sections that contain overdubbed French horn harmonized notes and Paul's descending bass lines, and 4 extra measures of meandering guitar drum bass work that they knew would never be heard. In order to mask the edit, we hear the teenage fans scream in ecstasy at the appearance of their idol, Billy Shears.
Because I was just getting on with bass, and just always the stuff I'd always liked had been little lines that worked and yet had their own little identity, instead of just staying in the background. By then anyway, bass was coming up to the fore in mixes. As you listen to early Beatle mixes, and the bass and the bass drum aren't there. we were starting to take over ourselves, and bass was coming to the fore anyway, so I had to do something with it when it was getting in the fore. I was listening to a lot of kind of Motowns and Marvin Gaye and Stax and stuff, which were putting some nice little bass lines in. So Sgt. Pepper kind of eventually came out, basically from the idea that I had about this band. It was going to be an album of another band that wasn't us. We were going to call ourselves, and just imagine all the time that it wasn't us playing this album. And it was just a nice little mind warp to get you to see the album, because when you're too close, it lent distance to the album. So I had this song written of Sgt. Pepper, and he was 20 years ago, and he taught us to play, and we're his protégés, and here we are. And then John had some good songs that he'd been writing at the time, Day in the Life, and to mention a few. And we worked on those and finished those, and George wasn't very involved in that album. He just had one song, really. It's really the only time during the whole album, main time, I remember him turning up.
That's interesting. What you're saying then is that looking at it from my side, I remember picking it up in '66 and listening to it. I thought, my God, this is the perfect fantasy album, but in the sense of creative fantasy. I mean, you put yourself into another world with it. So that's really the way you went about creating it.
Yeah, oh yeah. It was like kind of had the idea somewhere, like on a... That was the whole idea. The cover was supposed to... Originally, the cover was going to be us, dressed as this other band, in kind of crazy gear, but it was all going to be stuff that we'd always wanted to wear, all stuff that like we always secretly really liked, and it may have been and we were going to have photos on the wall which were all our heroes, and it could be anything. It could be Marlon Brando in his leather jacket, or it could be Einstein, it could be anybody we'd all ever thought, oh, he was good. And it was going to be this band and all their cult heroes, and we kind of put this other identity on them to do it. And that was how it turned out. You know, the cover got changed a lot, you know, in the process. But that was the basic idea behind it, yeah, kind of fantasy show, you know.
John's ex-wife Cynthia provides some insight into her husband's typical activities at home during the post-touring period from late '66 to early '67. When he was at home, he'd spend a lot of time lying in bed with a notepad. When he got up, he'd sit at the piano, or he'd go from one room to the other listening to music, gawping at television, and reading newspapers. He was basically dropping out from everything that was happening. He was thinking about things. I often sit at the piano, working at songs, with the telly on low in the background, John related. If I'm a bit low and not getting much done, then the words on the telly come through. That's when I heard "Good morning, good morning." It was a cornflakes advertisement. I was never proud of it, I just knocked it off to do a song. It was about his boring life at home, Paul says. There's a reference in the lyrics to Nothing to Do and Meet the Wife. There was an afternoon TV soap called Meet the Wife that John watched. He was that bored. But I think he was also starting to get alarm bells, and so good morning, good morning. As for any input from Paul, he states, this is largely John's song. In 1980, John insisted,
Good morning is mine, a throwaway piece of garbage, I always thought.
It's just not one of my favourite pieces because, you know, at the same time I wrote Mr. Kite and Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and Day in the Life. So if you line them up against those three, Good Morning doesn't really stand up. So that's why I don't have much of a feeling about it, you know. But it's fun, the kind of, the sound effects and the... By the way, it was from a Kellogg's commercial, because I always had the TV on very low in the background when I was writing.
Come on, John, don't be so harsh on yourself. Most songs pale in comparison with the other tracks on this album. Not this one's fault. Around January of '67, John created a demo for Good Morning, Good Morning in his home studio. This early version featured piano and vocals and was very different from the final version. The beats were less structured than in the final version, and the chord progressions were different too. However, the lyrics were largely developed as they would appear on the completed track, and the rhythmic change in the bridge was already present. George Martin offers a detailed description of the song's unique timing. Good Morning was typical of John, that it was of odd meters that sounded perfectly natural. I mean, he would have a 3/4 bar, a 4/4 bar, 5/4 bar even, without knowing it. It was to be a very hard-driving, punchy thing. The tune itself was quite simple, but it was full of accents all over the place. Though it seemed like one of the throwaways from Pepper, it was far from an easy track to record. On February 8th, John introduced it into the studio for the first time. making it his second contribution to the Sgt. Pepper album after A Day in the Life. Geoff Emerick recalls it was a fairly straightforward rocker that could have fit with any Beatles album released to date. John provided significant guidance, as they spent considerable time working out the changes in time signature, including the precise moments for Ringo's cymbal crashes, drum fills, and rhythm variations, all of which were flawlessly executed in the final recording. 8 takes were done for the rhythm track, though only 4 reached completion. Ringo and Paul both played the drums simultaneously, with photos showing Paul standing as he struck Ringo's floor tom, while Ringo remained behind his drum kit. Paul's drumming can be heard intermittently throughout the track. George Harrison, likely on tambourine, made that his only contribution to the song. A notable guest at the session was Mickey Dolenz of the Monkees, who were visiting London at the time. Mickey remembers, "I thought it was going to be some kind of crazy Beatlemania, fun fest, freak out, lovin', be-in, psycho jello, and I got totally dressed up for it. I mean, I had a tie-dye underwear and paisley bell-bottoms, and my hair was up in curlers, and I think I had the Lennon glasses, and I'm 6 sheets to the wind again, of course. And I walk in, and it looks like my high school gymnasium. There was fluorescent lighting, nobody there but the 4 guys sitting in little folding chairs and Ringo behind the kit, and just jeans and t-shirts just playing. And I'm like, where are the girls? I must have looked like such an idiot. I looked like a cross between Ronald McDonald and Charlie Manson, and I'll never forget it. John looks up to me and says, "Hey, Monkey Man, you want to hear what we're working on?" And he points up to George Martin, and I remember this so clearly. He's wearing a 3-piece suit, and he pushes a button on a 4-track tape recorder. And I hear the tracks to Good Morning, Good Morning. And then we sit around, and I remember some guy with a white coat and tie came in with tea. Tea time, eh? And we sat around a little table and had a really god-awful tea. And then everyone sat around, and then we were chatting. What's it like? The Monkees. Me again trying so hard to be cool. And then I think it was John that went, "Right, lads, down in the mines." And they went back to work. Emerick reveals that the song sat on the shelf for the next 3 weeks while an indecisive Lennon made up his mind what kind of instrumentation he wanted added. He finally decided to add brass, but he was adamant that it mustn't sound ordinary, and he insisted that George Martin hire a horn section comprised of old Liverpool mates instead of the top-flight session musicians we had been using. The group, who called themselves Sounds Incorporated, were nice enough blokes. Actually, they were a lot of fun, which explained why Lennon liked them so much. Previous to this, George Martin had worked up a score for the horns to play, translated from John's guidance on guitar. 6 brass musicians contributed to this session, consisting of 3 saxophonists, 2 trombonists, and a French horn player. We were there for about 6 hours, states sax player Alan Holmes. The first 3 hours we had refreshments, and the Beatles played us the completed songs for the new LP, Emerick elaborates. First it was time for a little party. The Beatles had been cloistered in the studio for so long, they were clearly suffering from cabin fever. In addition, few people outside of our small inner circle had heard any of the Pepper tracks, so as everyone sat downstairs catching up with one another and reminiscing about old times, we were asked to play mixes of the completed tracks through the studio speakers. This went on for a couple of hours, with George Martin growing increasingly annoyed. He felt we were in the studio to work, and he was cognizant of the money EMI was spending on studio time. After all, he had to work to a budget. He tolerated it for so long as he could before wandering down into the studio and saying diplomatically, We should be moving along now, don't you think? What else could the man say? He never wanted to offend anyone. But, as producer, he was answerable to EMI, so he was caught in the middle. The Beatles, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less about the amount of time being spent on the record. While George was busy being aggravated, I was studying the expressions of the Sounds Incorporated guys, trying to measure their reactions to the tracks we were playing for them. They were mesmerized. We knew that what we had been doing was exceptional, but it was gratifying to see that kind of response from people fresh to the project. From that point on, every time anyone came to visit the Beatles on a session, Richard Lush and I hoped that we would be asked to play back something that was completed, or in progress. Not just because we loved hearing the tracks, but because we enjoyed seeing the stunned looks on their faces. Next, attention turned to filling the gap in the solo section of the track. Paul overdubbed a lead guitar part on the song, Emmerich explains, which didn't do anything to improve George Harrison's mood. It seemed to me as if George was aggrieved a lot of the time, with good reason. Paul was playing a lot of his leads, and he had precious little to do. In addition, the one song he brought to the album had been rejected, only a northern song. As we got into our 4th and 5th month of recording, the preparatory meetings at Paul's house started to trail off, so the 4 Beatles began arriving at Abbey Road separately. Paul was almost always the first to come in since he lived nearby, and George Harrison was often the last. So if Paul got an idea for a guitar part and Harrison wasn't around, he'd sometimes say, "Well, let's get on with it. I'll just play the part myself." Paul ended up delivering an intense guitar solo for the song, even double-tracking a portion of it just before the final verse. Additional overdubs included backing vocals from both John and Paul, with harmonized good morning" lines, and John harmonizing with himself during the latter part of the song. George Harrison, who didn't arrive in time to play the guitar solo or to join in on the backing vocals, leaves us wondering whether he was present at all that day. John came up to the control room and initiated a long conversation with me, Emmerich says. Apparently, he had been fretting about how to end the song. A simple fade-out was too normal for him, so he had to come up with a concept. The idea was that as the music was fading away, the sounds of various animals would be heard. John had actually thought this through to the extent that he'd written down a list of the animals he wanted on there in order. I loved the idea, and despite the late hour, Richard was sent off to the EMI sound effects library to fetch the appropriate tapes. We sat up with John until nearly dawn, dubbing them on, George Martin and the others having long gone home. True, the premise kind of breaks down at the end. There's a sheep chasing a horse and a cow chasing a hen, but it's all in good fun. Good Morning ended up with the dubious distinction of being the pepper track with the largest number of overdubs, hence the most 4-to-4 reductions. Premixes bounce between tape machines in order to open up new tracks. Despite that, it still sounds good, albeit a bit strident due to all the compensatory top end we had to add during mixing. There's a lot of ADT on John's voice and on Paul's lead guitar. In one spot, there's a huge wow on the guitar where the effect almost makes it sound like the note was bent. One reason why our automatic double tracking works so well is that it had a sweep oscillator control that you could actually play like a musical instrument, allowing you to constantly vary the delay time in response to the performance. That song serves as a good example of how a simple manipulation can improve a track sonically. George Martin provides an interesting revelation about the track's mixing in his book, All You Need Is Ears. The order we had worked out for the album meant that that track was to be followed by a reprise of the Sgt. Pepper song, and of course I was trying to make the whole thing flow. So imagine my delight when I discovered that the sound of a chicken clucking at the end of Good Morning was remarkably like the guitar sound at the beginning of Sgt. Pepper. I was able to cut and mix the two tracks in such a way that one actually turned into the other. That was one of the luckiest edits one could ever get. Sgt. Pepper himself was breathing life into the project by this time. In reviewing the Beatles' later works, it's impossible not to notice the dramatic evolution in their lyrical themes compared to their early work. This shift may have stemmed from a growing restlessness with conventional pop structures, recent spiritual insights, or even the hallucinogens they were experimenting with, or perhaps a mix of all of these influences. Regardless of the reasons, the Beatles began adopting an open, unrestrained approach to self-expression in their lyrics. John was the first to abandon traditional formulas, steering away from romance in particular. George then followed, centering his lyrics on themes related to higher consciousness. Yet, as seen on Revolver, Paul was the last to leave the usual focus on love. Although songs like Here, There, and Everywhere and Good Day Sunshine are pretty captivating, they stick closely to romantic themes. Even in Got to Get You Into My Life, which Paul later admitted was inspired by marijuana, the subject was cleverly masked as a love song. By the time they released Pepper, Paul began to break free from these constraints, at least temporarily, with a quirky Fixing a Hole. When Pepper was released, rumors quickly circulated that Fixing a Hole referenced heroin use. This interpretation seemed plausible, especially given the album's language, with phrases like, I get high, I'd love to turn you on. Adding to the speculation was the supposed decoding of Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds as a reference to LSD. With all these clues, many assumed Fixing a Hole hinted at getting a fix through heroin injection. Some people take Fixing a Hole to be about heroin, Paul said, adding, that's most likely because they're visualizing needle holes. At the point the song was written, the drug was more likely than not to be marijuana. Also, with Paul publicly acknowledging his use of LSD during this period, this may have contributed to the perception amongst fans and critics that their music was getting weirder at the time. Paul continues, Fixing a Hole was about all these pissy people who told you, don't daydream, don't do this, don't do that. It seemed to me that that was all wrong, and that it was now time to fix all of that. Mending was my meaning. Wanting to be free enough to let my mind wander, let myself be artistic, let myself not sneer at avant-garde things. It was the idea of me being on my own now, able to do what I want. If I want, I'll paint the room in a colorful way. I'm fixing the hole. I'm fixing the crack in the door. I won't allow that to happen anymore. I'll take hold of my life a bit more. It's all okay. I can do what I want, and I'm going to set about fixing things. I was living now pretty much on my own in Cavendish Avenue, and enjoying my freedom and my new house and the salonness of it all. Another likely, though unconfirmed, lyrical inspiration for the song may be Elvis Presley's 1956 track, We're Gonna Move, which includes the line, well, there's a hole in the roof where the rain pours in. Paul continued, around that time when I closed my eyes, instead of there being blackness, there was a little blue hole. It was as if something needed patching. I always had the feeling that if I could go up to it and look through, there would be an answer. Now I could go on about how the wordplay in Bing Crosby's song Please, oh please lend your little ear to my please, might be informing the wordplay, and it really doesn't matter if I'm wrong, I'm right, where I belong. The fact is that the most important influence here was not even the metaphysical idea of a whole, but this absolutely physical phenomenon, something that first appeared after I took acid. I still see it occasionally, and I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what size it is. It appears that the Bing Crosby song Please inspired both Please Please Me and Fixing a Hole. In the Diary of Mal Evans, this entry is found for the day January 27, 1967. Started writing song with Paul upstairs in his room, he on piano. Did a lot more of When the Rain Comes In. Mal's diary contains his recollection of Paul and him putting the finishing touches on Door, which apparently was one of the early working titles for Fixing a Hole, along with Where the Rain Gets In. Mal revealed, when the album came out, I remember it very clearly, we were driving somewhere late at night, and Paul turned around to me and said, look, Mal, do you mind if we don't put your name on the songs? You'll get your royalties and all that, because Lennon and McCartney are the biggest thing in our lives. We are really a hot item, and we don't want to make it a Lennon-McCartney-Evans. So, would you mind? I didn't mind, because I was so in love with the group that it didn't matter to me. I knew myself what had happened. Unfortunately for me, I was to receive no credit, and as it turned out, no royalties. On February 9th, 1967, just a couple of weeks after the song was completed, the Beatles headed to the studio to begin work on it. Interestingly, however, the rhythm track for Fixing a Hole wasn't recorded at their usual EMI Studios. I'm afraid the boys didn't plan very much, recalled George Martin, and when they wanted to come into a studio, they never said to me, keep the next 2 weeks free because we're sure we're going to be needing a studio. They would ring me up at 10 in the morning and say, "We want to record tonight at 7 o'clock, okay?" And I had to find a damn studio. The damn studio that he found was the Regent Sound Studio in London, where some of the early Rolling Stones', as well as various other popular artists' hits, were recorded. Regent Sound was a pretty awful little studio, very cramped and boxy, Martin adds. Geoff Emerick recalls his frustration at not being able to attend this session. Ridiculously, even though we'd recorded almost every note on the album up to that point, Richard Lush and I couldn't go there because we were EMI employees. George Martin, on the other hand, could attend because he was working as an independent contractor. In later years, recording procedures shifted, allowing studio staff to finish projects regardless of which studio was used on a given day. However, on this particular day, Adrian Ibbotson stepped in for Geoff Emerick. There is another person known to have been present on this day. Paul relates, "The funny thing about that was that the night we were going to record it, at Regent Sound Studios at Tottenham Court Road, I brought a guy who was Jesus."
It was Beatlemania. Some guy shows up at your house who calls himself Jesus.
Yeah.
And instead of calling the police, you invite him into the studio.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's crazy?
It didn't seem crazy at the time. The thing is, you know, what would happen is people would show up at my house.
At your door.
At the door.
No security.
And it wasn't those days.
Right.
Those days,
It's hard
you
to
didn't
imagine.
think like that, you know?
Yeah.
And I would just be, if I had something going on, I would say, sorry, he's not in or whatever, you know. But in this case, I didn't. And I just went out to the door and said, yeah, and what do you want? And he's sort of just a kind of bearded guy. And he said, I'm Jesus. I said, you better come in.
Really?
You want a cup of tea? I thought, you know, so I just started chatting to him. I thought, you know, he's probably not Jesus. He's probably just
schizophrenic.
Hippie, maybe schizophrenic. But I thought, you never know.
Right.
And I'm not going to say,
No,
go away, Jesus.
That's so true.
So I called him in, and then I said, well, look, you know, I've got this session.
Yeah.
And if you want, you can come and hang out there. So I came into the guys and so I said, look, he says he's Jesus. Now, I don't know if he is or isn't.
Right.
But I'm not going to take any chances here. Is it okay if he just sits in the corner? And I said to him, shh, don't say a word. Just be Jesus.
The Jesus Christ in the corner. Paul led the Beatles through lengthy rehearsals before they finally worked out the arrangement. At least 6 unofficial takes were recorded. Paul knew exactly where he was going with Fixing a Hole, George Martin says. As a result, it was one of the fastest tracks we recorded, and an album of 13 songs that took some 5 months to complete. It's a very simply constructed song, built around a harpsichord and a bass guitar. Even before we got into the studio, Paul had decided to use a harpsichord as the mainstay of his rhythm. Even so, the bass line is more important than the harpsichord line. Once each member had learned their parts, the group recorded 2 official takes of the song's rhythm track. Interestingly, they took an old-school approach by recording the lead vocal live alongside the rhythm track, a method common in the Beatles' early sessions. For the past year, it had become standard to overdub the lead vocal, bass guitar, and other elements afterward to perfect the sound. Perhaps due to the confined and unfamiliar environment of Regent Sound Studios, they chose to go back to basics for Fixing a Hole. Although Emerick couldn't be there, he was impressed by the performance nonetheless. We listened to the tapes a few days later, and while they were a bit disappointing sonically, I was impressed with the vibe. All 4 Beatles played together on the backing track, just like the old days. George gives this first-hand account of the recording of this song, as well as many others during this period. There came a time, possibly around the time of Sgt. Pepper, which is maybe why I didn't enjoy that so much, where Paul had fixed an idea in his brain as to how to record one of his songs. He wasn't open to anybody else's suggestions. John was always much more open when it came to how to record one of his songs. With Paul, it was being taken to the most ridiculous situations, where I'd open my guitar case and go get my guitar out, and he'd say, no, we're not doing that yet. We're going to do a piano track with Ringo, and then we'll do that later. It got so that there was very little to do other than sit round and hear him going, fixing a hole, with Ringo keeping the time, then he'd overdub whatever else. The lyrical optimism of getting better takes a slight step backward in Fixing a Hole, where Paul shows himself in the process of changing things in his life for the better. Hence the references to fixing a hole, filling the cracks, painting the room, and taking the time. One thing is for sure, however, Paul enjoys allowing his mind to wander whenever he wants it to, where it will go, and he'll do anything it takes to eliminate whatever gets in the way of that happening. Only a Northern Song was a joke relating to Liverpool, the holy city in the north of England, George explained in the Beatles anthology. In the initial stages of planning the themes for their upcoming album, the boys centered their discussions around a theme for the album inspired by their childhood and upbringing in Liverpool. John and Paul each made significant contributions with their respective Northern songs, namely Strawberry Fields Forever and Penny Lane. Although George was hesitant, he eventually agreed to participate, albeit with a humorous twist. He wrote a song that didn't reflect his childhood, seemingly as a playful response to their request. You want a Northern song? Fine, here it is. However, there was an underlying, more significant meaning. In addition, George continues, the song was copyrighted by Northern Songs Limited, which I don't own, so it doesn't really matter what chords I play, as it's only a Northern song. Northern Songs Limited was a publishing company created by music publisher Dick James at the Beatles' request to handle their original compositions. John and Paul each owned 30% of the company's shares, while Ringo and George held just 1.6% each. This arrangement allowed John and Paul, as the primary songwriters, to benefit twice, both as creators and as major shareholders in the publishing company. In contrast, George was considered only a contracted writer by Northern Songs. Although he established his own publishing company, Harris Songs, in 1964, tax laws led him to agree to have his songs published through Northern Songs. As a result, Dick James, along with John and Paul, ended up earning more from George's music than George himself did. George elaborated, "It was at that point that I realized Dick James had conned me out of the copyrights for my own songs by offering to become my publisher. As an 18 or 19-year-old kid, I thought, great, somebody's going to publish my songs. But he never said, and incidentally, when you sign this document here, you're assigning me the ownership of the songs. Which is what it is. It was just blatant theft. By the time I realized what had happened, when they were going public and making all this money out of this catalog, I wrote Only a Northern Song as what we call a take, just to have a joke about it." Author Ian Inglis provides a compelling interpretation of George's lyric. It doesn't really matter what chords I play. George had often expressed his frustration with touring during interviews, including those with Beatles biographer Hunter Davies. There was no satisfaction in it, George complained in Davies' biography, The Beatles. Nobody could hear. It was just a bloody big row. We got worse as musicians, playing the same old junk every day. Essentially, George was conveying that it didn't matter which chords he played, because the audiences wouldn't hear them anyway. This sentiment was cleverly mirrored in the song by a rapid series of complex chords as he sang about how the chords didn't matter. George first introduced the song in the studio on February 13, 1967. Of the various takes, only 4 were completed, with take 3 being deemed the best. Jeff Emmerich reflects on the session, sharing both his recollections and his personal view of the experience. Unfortunately, George's songwriting wasn't quite as impressive as John and Paul's. His first attempt at contributing a song to the Sgt. Pepper album was a weak track that we all winced at. It was called Only a Northern Song, and it had minimal music content that seemed to go nowhere. What's more, the lyrics seemed to reflect both his creative frustration and his annoyance with the way the pie was being sliced financially. It seemed like such an inappropriate song to be bringing to what was generally a happy, upbeat album. Everyone in the control room shared my opinion. In our private conversations, George Martin simply said, "I'm disappointed that George didn't come up with something better." But I knew what he really meant. He was always on his guard because he didn't ever want disparaging comments to be reported back. The other Beatles were clearly underwhelmed too. John was so uninspired, in fact, that he decided not to participate in the backing track at all. Still, Paul, Ringo, and George ambled through quite a few takes. It took a long time because nobody could really get into it, not even George himself. I think he was actually a bit embarrassed about the song. None of the takes they did that night were particularly good. They did try a few more attempts on February 14th, but it didn't seem to work for Pepper. After that, the song remained stored in the EMI tape library, seemingly destined to sit there indefinitely, perhaps even forever. Emmerich offers further insight. There was no more mention of resuming work on the song until after the mixes of Pepper were done and they were looking for material to give to the Yellow Submarine film project. It wouldn't surprise me if John and Paul had simply told George to go back to the drawing board and come up with something better. Exactly 1 month later, history shows that George introduced a new composition, the remarkable Within You Without You, in the recording studio. The other Beatles embraced this track with enthusiasm, and it earned a spot on the Sgt. Pepper album, adding to its eclectic nature. However, the previously shelved song resurfaced on April 20th. The approach they took to complete it on that day was quite unusual. They revisited the original 4-track tape where the rhythm section had been recorded and erased certain elements, notably Paul's bass, which he felt could be improved. Paul then re-recorded his bass part, and the group proceeded to layer various voices, tape noises, and unusual sound effects to create a hypnotic, psychedelic atmosphere. It said that John was responsible for the random piano and glockenspiel sounds heard on the final track. "I remember playing a silly trumpet," Paul said. "My dad used to play. I can't, but I can mess around a lot, and that song gave me the perfect framework. It was very tongue-in-cheek." George Martin relates, Brian Epstein had contracted not only for the film to use about a dozen of the Beatles' old songs, but also for them to write 4 brand new titles. Their reaction was, "Okay, we've got to supply them with these bloody songs, but we're not going to fall over backwards providing them. We'll let them have them whenever we feel like it." So the film scraped the bottom of the Beatle music barrel as far as new material was concerned. It was with this attitude that Only a Northern Song was chosen around this time to be included in the Yellow Submarine soundtrack. John got the idea for Mr. Kite when we were filming in Sevenoaks in Kent. Remembers George about their second day of filming their promo clip for Strawberry Fields Forever on January 31st, 1967. We had a lunch break, and we went in an antique shop in the way to the restaurant. We were looking at what they had there, and John pulled out this thing that we found. A little poster which had more or less the whole lyric for the song Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite on it. I think he was just advanced in his awareness of putting everything in a song.
It's from a Victorian poster which I bought you have to let me show it you. You might even want to print it. It's so cosmically beautiful from that period that everything is on this one poster for Pablo Fanke's fair, which is a genuine thing that must have happened in the 1800s. I bought it in a junk shop, and everything is from there except for the horse wasn't called Henry. Now, there was all stories about Henry the horse being heroin. I'd never seen heroin in that period. And that was mine from a poster which almost has the whole story in it about turning how many, they call it somersets in Victorian days, turning so many somersaults, and Mr. Kite, and all those names are all exactly on this Victorian poster.
That's what it's about, just to say.
Yeah, I used to have it hanging on the wall, and I just sang it. I had the piano, looked round, there was this whole story, so I just sang it.
While the exact verbiage from the poster is hardly an exact match to the lyrics of the song, we can see how John would be attracted to the spellbinding, huckster-like approach used here, complete with its use of words seemingly lost to English-speaking ears 124 years later. These somersets which Mr. Henderson performed on solid ground were somersaults. Garters were banners held between two people, and a trampoline in those days was a wooden springboard rather than a stretched canvas. The term hogshead in this case referred to a large barrel or cask. To see someone perform somersaults or cartwheels through one of those, placed on its side containing real fire, would certainly be worth the admission price alone. Other than the horse being named Xanthus, who didn't waltz as far as anyone knew, instead of Henry, many other changes to the facts on the poster were made in order to make them work in the song. It was Mr. Henderson who offered to challenge the world, not Mr. Kite. The Hendersons weren't late of Pablo Fanke's fair anyway. It was Kite who was late of Wells' circus. In order to rhyme with "don't be late," John had events moved from Rochdale to Bishopsgate, and to rhyme with "we'll all be there," he changed the circus to a fair. The characters referred to on the poster were, of course, real people with real histories. Pablo Fanke was a talented performer turned British circus owner whose real name was said to be William Darby. John Henderson, with his wife Agnes, traveled throughout Europe and Russia during that time as circus performers, John being a noteworthy trampolinist, wire walker, and clown. And William Kite was an all-around circus performer who worked with his father's Kite's Pavilion Circus before performing in Wells' Circus and Pablo Fanke's Circus Royal, as indicated in the poster, which pictures him balancing on top of a pole, head down while playing a trumpet. I wrote that as a pure poetic job, John explains. I had to write it because it was time to write, and I had to write it quick because otherwise it wouldn't have been on the album. So I had to knock off a few songs, so I knocked off A Day in the Life and Mr. Kite. During a 1968 interview for Hunter Davies' biography, The Beatles, John's opinion of the song was the same. I wasn't very proud of that. That was no real work. I was just going through the motions because we needed a new song for Sgt. Pepper at that moment. Happily, though, John's opinion of the song improved in time. It's so cosmically beautiful, he said in 1980. The song is pure. It's like a painting, a pure watercolor. The overall impression from these quotes is that John wrote the song completely by himself. Not so, according to Paul, as he explains. We just sat down and wrote it. It was more John's because it was his poster, so he ended up singing it, but it was quite a co-written song. We were both sitting there to write it at his house, just looking at it on the wall in the living room. But that was nice. It wrote itself very easily. I read occasionally, people say, "Oh, John wrote that one." I say, "Wait a minute. What was that afternoon I spent with him then, looking at this poster?" He happened to have a poster in his living room at that home. I was at his house and we just got this idea, because the poster said, "being for the benefit of Mr. Kite," and then we put in, "there will be a show tonight," and then it was like, of course. Whatever. The Hendersons, Pablo Fanke's, Somersets. We said, what was Somersets? It must have been some old-fashioned way of saying somersaults. So yeah, I was happy to kind of reclaim it as partially mine. The track began to take shape on February 17th, 1967 in EMI Studio 2 at 7 p.m. After some rehearsal and some experimentation with the arrangement, the first of 7 takes of the rhythm track recorded on this day show that the circus-like feel of the song was already in place. In terms of asking me for particular interpretations, John was the least articulate, George Martin remembers. He would deal in moods, he would deal in colors, and he would never be specific about what instruments or what line I had. I would do that myself. John was more likely to say, in the case of being for the benefit of Mr. Kite, "It's a fairgrounds sequence. I want to be in that circus atmosphere." So it was up to me to provide that. Concerning John's ideas for overdubs on the song, George Martin relates, he'd make whooshing noises and try to describe what only he could hear in his head, saying he wanted a song to sound like an orange. John had said he wanted to smell the sawdust on the floor, wanted to taste the atmosphere of the circus. According to Emmerich, the conversation between John and George Martin apparently continued in the control room before the session ended early the following morning. George Martin told John, "What we need is a calliope." "A what?" "Steam whistles, played by a keyboard. You know, one of those tooty things." Emmerich says, "I was starting to get an idea. How about if we try what we did on Yellow Submarine," I suggested. "You know, cutting up some tapes of sound effects to try to create an atmosphere." By this point, John had lost interest and was heading out of the control room in search of some new stimulation. "Yeah, fine, whatever you think." George Martin turned to me. "I think you may be onto something here, Jeff." This apparently ended the session at 3 a.m., with George Martin considering various alternatives to make John's vision a reality. Having the weekend off, the next session being scheduled for Monday, February 20th, George Martin had time to look at his options. "I thought that it might be possible to get hold of a steam organ and actually use that," Martin recalled. "But that was a bit of a wild idea, and too cumbersome, and it would have taken much too long for it to be done," Emmerich remembers. Despite their enormous size, a few phone calls were actually placed to see if one was available for hire. To no avail, Mark Lewison relates. Only automatic models were available, played by punched cards. They had no hand-operated models around. The fairground sound would have to be created inside Abbey Road using other equipment. The recording staff of George Martin, Jeff Emmerich, and Richard Lush assembled in EMI Studio 3 on February 20th with the usual starting time of 7 p.m. to work out this dilemma. We were in Studio 3 that night because our usual haunt, Studio 2, was in use by another artist, Emmerich explains. George Martin must have block booked them in for just a month or two. It had never taken any longer to do a Beatles album, and he wouldn't have had any way of knowing beforehand that much greater amounts of time would be spent on Pepper. As a result, the group's gear wasn't in the studio with them. It was still being stored in Studio 2, where we would be returning for most of the rest of the album. Meanwhile, in the control room, George Martin planned his strategy. "I knew we needed a backwash, a general mush of sound. Like if you go to a fairground, shut your eyes and listen. Rifle shots, hurdy-gurdy noises, people shouting, and way in the distance, just a tremendous chaotic sound." George Martin then seriously considered Jeff's previous suggestion of using cut-up sound effect tapes to get the job done. George Martin gives the details. "I got together a lot of recordings of old Victorian steam organs, the type you hear playing on carousels at county fairs, playing all the traditional tunes, Sousa marches, and so on. But I clearly couldn't use even a snatch of any of them that would be identifiable, so I dubbed a few of the records onto tape, gave it to Jeff Emmerich, and told him, I'll take a half a minute of that one, a minute and a half of that one, and a minute of that one, and so on. Then what do I do with them, he asked. You cut that tape up into sections about a foot long. What? Cut it up into little parcels about a foot long, and don't be too careful about the cuts. Clearly thinking I had lost my senses, he did it, leaving me a bunch of pieces of tape of some 1 foot long, about 60 in all. Now what? Fling them up in the air. Believing by now, I suppose, that the world had gone completely insane, he did as asked. Now, I said, pick them up in whatever order they came, and stick them all back together again. The poor chap couldn't contain himself. Now what did you do that for? You'll see, I said. After he had laboriously stuck them all together again, we played the tape, and I said, that piece there's a bit too much like the original. Turn it around the other way, backwards. We went on like that until the tape was the whole amalgam of carousel noises, but meaningless in musical terms, because it was composed of fragments of tunes connected in a series of fractions of a second. It was an unreal hodgepodge of sound, arrived at without rhyme or reason, but when it was added as a background wash, it did give an overall impression of being in a circus. However, while this was being done in the control room, things were getting a little tense out on the studio floor. Because they couldn't play and jam, Jeff Emmerich remembers regarding the group's instruments being secured in another studio. The four Beatles were getting impatient with how long it was taking us to assemble the sounds. They were out in the studio area amusing themselves as best they could, but they kept popping into the control room saying, "Aren't you lot done yet?" At one point, John came in and was actually quite aggravated, but Paul calmed him down, saying, "Look, it's a process and it just takes a certain amount of time. You have to expect that." It really worked well, George Martin proudly related. And of course, John was delighted with the end result. Likely with hardly anyone being aware of it, Mr. Kite consists entirely of verses, 3 with vocals and 2 as instrumental sections. The first time in the entire Beatles catalog that we don't see a bridge, refrain, chorus, or unique instrumental section. Aside from the brief 3-measure introduction, these verses are of varying lengths as well. Add to this that it is quite hard to determine what key the song is in. Although there are many theories, arguably the most convincing answer would be D minor, which is the key that all of the vocal verses end in, thereby giving the listener a solid landing point, allowing him to get his bearings. George Martin's presence is definitely apparent on Mr. Kite, with his elaborate harmonium, organ, and glockenspiel playing, some of which were played at half speed to get the required speed and effect, not to mention his ingenuity, along with Jeff Emmerich's, in creating the fantastic backdrop of tape effects that complete the picture.
I know this is an invidious question to ask you, really, but what was the track on this album, Sgt. Pepper, that you were most proud of?
Oh gosh, I think there are quite a few. I suppose, there's so many I like. I suppose the one I'm most proud of is being for the benefit of Mr. Kite, because I really was part of putting that together as a collage.
With all those circus noises.
Yeah, all the circus noises, and that really worked, and I was very, very happy about that.
A lot of the time was spent actually just trying to get sounds and trying to find sounds, invent them. Nowadays, it's pretty easy because, in fact, it's too easy. There's so many sounds available just by hitting a button. And all these machines that, because of some of those records in the 60s, they've invented machinery where you just switch it on and you instantly get an effect.
Lovely Rita was occasioned by me reading that in America they call traffic wardens meter maids, Paul said. I thought, God, that's so American. Also to me, maid had sexual connotations, like a French maid or a milkmaid. There's something good about maid, and meter made it a bit more official, like the meter in a cab. The meter is running, meter made. Hearing that amused me. In England, you hear those American phrases, and they enter our vocabulary. We let them in because we're amused. It's not because we love them or we want to use them, it's just because it's funny. Rita was the only name I could think of that would rhyme with it, so I started on that. Rita, meter maid, lovely Rita. And I just fantasized about the idea. The idea of a parking meter attendant being sexy was tongue-in-cheek at the time. Author Barry Miles explains that Paul wrote the words while walking near his brother Michael's house in Gayton. Paul then relates, I remember one night just going for a walk and working on the words as I walked. This was about the time that parking meters were coming in. Before that, we'd been able to park freely, so people had quite an antagonistic feeling towards these people. I'd been nicked a lot for parking, so the fun was to imagine one of them was a bit of an easy lay. Come back to my place, darling. It somehow made them a figure of fun instead of a figure of terror, and it was a way of getting my own back. I was thinking it should be a hate song, but then I thought that it would be better to love her. I was imagining the kind of person I would be to fall for a maid. It wasn't based on a real person, but, as often happened, it was claimed by a girl called Rita, who was a traffic warden, who apparently did give me a ticket, so that made the newspapers. I think it was more a question of coincidence. Anyone called Rita who gave me a ticket would naturally think, it's me. I didn't think, wow, that woman, give me a ticket. I'll write a song about her. It never happened like that. The woman Paul was referring to, though she wasn't called Rita, was Mita Davies, the first female ticket agent employed in Paul's neighborhood of St. John's Wood. It was the spring of '67 that I ticketed Paul's car, Mita related. He was on a meter showing excess, so I gave him a 10-shilling ticket. I just put it on the windshield when Paul came along and took it off. He looked at it and read my signature, which was in full because there was another M. Davies in the same unit. As he was walking away, he turned to me and said, "Oh, is your name really Mita?" I told him that it was. We chatted for a few minutes and he said, "Yeah, that would be a really good name for a song. Would you mind if I used it?" And that was that. Off he went. Then a few months later, I heard Lovely Rita on the radio. I was never a Beatles fan, but you couldn't help hearing their music. My own daughter used to wait outside the Abbey Road studios to see them. Referring to Lovely Rita, John later poured scorn on his partner's novelist songs.
That's Paul writing a pop song.
Was there really a Rita, do you know?
Yeah.
A meter?
He makes them up like a novelist. You hear lots of McCartney influence songs going on now on the radio. You know, these stories about boring people being postmen and secretaries and writing whole. I'm not interested in writing third, but I like to write about me.
Right.
Because I know me. I don't know anything about secretaries and postmen, whatever.
Rooted in self-centeredness, John's prejudice was hardened into dogmas by Yoko Ono, who adhered to the postmodern theory that objectivity is illusory and that all creativity is inescapably self-referential. Too practical to fall for such antisocial solipsism, Paul was healthier in his outlook, if often shallower. Lovely Rita is a good example, a silly song in many ways, but imbued with an exuberant interest in life that lifts its spirits, dispersing self-absorption. On February 23rd, 8 takes were made of the rhythm track. George played an acoustic guitar on track 1, John played on track 2, Ringo played drums on track 3, and Paul played piano on track 4. Paul's piano was recorded with a significant quantity of tape echo. In order to sound considerably faster on playback, the tape machine was operating at a slower 46.5 cycles per second, instead of the typical 50. John appears to be having some trouble finding the guitar chords before the start of take 8. My guitar still seems to go in and out of it like the lead's wrong, he complains. After strumming loudly to test it out, he says, "I did a freak out one then. One of them you don't know what you're doing?" Obviously alluding to the Mothers of Invention's 1966 album. After Paul says, "Keep that one. All right, let's go," the take officially begins and becomes the final version, even though they decided to improvise a bit towards the end. Paul plays a minor chord on the piano while both guitarists gradually stop. Liking how it sounded and knowing that the endings of this length were typically faded out, John speaks into his guitar mic at the end saying, John got his wish. The vamping stayed in the final release along with his comment. Geoff Emerick explains, with this track, Paul began the practice of recording his bass last, after all the other parts were already committed to tape. Being able to work off of all the other elements of the track enabled him to hear the song as a whole, and therefore create melodic bass lines that perfectly complemented the final arrangement. He would do those overdubs in the wee hours, long after everyone else had gone home. It would be just Richard Lush and me up in the control room, with Paul sitting on a chair out in the middle of the studio, away from his usual corner, working assiduously to perfect his lines, giving all he had to the task at hand. Richard would painstakingly drop the multitrack in and out of record, one section at a time, until every note was articulated perfectly and Paul was satisfied with the result. He, of course, was the ultimate arbiter, but he was also constantly peering up into the control room to see if we were giving him a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Emerick was able to put on his thinking cap and come up with techniques to better capture those low-frequency sounds thanks to Paul's late-night bass performances. It was Paul's desire for perfection that enabled me to finally come up with a recording technique that yielded the ultra-smooth bass sound that he and I had been pursuing for years. The key was that we would move his bass amp out of the baffles and into the center of the studio. I would then place a microphone about 6 feet away. With the studio empty, you could actually hear a little bit of the ambience of the room around the bass, which really helped. It gave the sound a certain roundness and put it in its own space. The sound we crafted effectively transformed the bass from a supporting rhythm instrument into a lead instrument. Lovely Rita was another track where the Beach Boys' influence really manifested itself. Paul made a point of telling George Martin that he wanted the backing vocal arrangement to emulate the way the California singing group might approach the song. There were lots of fun overdubs on that track, including the 4 band members standing around a single microphone humming through a comb and paper, each priceless Beatle comb carefully wrapped with a single layer of the standard issue extra scratchy EMI toilet paper that we were all constantly complaining about. Weeks later, on March 21st, after they had premiered a couple more Pepper tracks in the studio, they finally got around to finishing off Lovely Rita. John's participation in the session was over at this point, him telling the others, "I'll just stay and watch." What he watched, starting approximately at 10 p.m., was their figuring out what to do about the solo section of Lovely Rita. Emmerich says, "The opportunity arose for me to make my recording debut on a Beatles album, but my shy nature let me down." After hours of attempting a Harrison guitar solo that never quite worked, they were stuck for an idea, and the frustration was starting to show. I distinctly remember standing at the top of the stairs in Studio 2, and Paul shouting up at me, "Jeff, you tell us what the solo should be!" My suggestion was that they try something on piano. To my surprise, Paul asked, "Why don't you play it?" In a knee-jerk reaction, and to my everlasting regret, I demurred. I was simply too embarrassed to demonstrate my musical skills. Paul shrugged his shoulders and took a stab at it, but he still wasn't 100% certain it was a good idea, so he had George Martin play something instead. While Paul listened up in the control room, George reeled off a honky-tonky style solo. In the true Pepper spirit of experimentation, Emmerich continues, Paul asked me to screw things up so that the solo didn't sound like it was coming from a piano. By that stage, I had already adopted a policy that no piano was ever recorded the same way twice. As a result, I was miking pianos from underneath, taping mics to the soundboard, anything to get it sounding different each time. This time around, I decided to play some sticky editing tape on the guide rollers of a tape machine that was sending signals to the echo chamber, causing the tape to wow and flutter. The end result was an audible and quite interesting wobble in the piano sound. It was yet another contravention of the rules that, with any band other than the Beatles, would have easily gotten me fired.
I've always needed a drug to survive. I've been on pills since I was 15, since I was 17. Since I became a musician, the only way to survive in Hamburg, to play 8 hours a night, was to take pills. Like the waiters gave you the pills and drink. I was dropped down drunk in art school. I was a pill addict until help, just before help, where we were turned on to pot and we dropped drink. Simple as that. You know, and the others too, but I always had more, you know, I always took more pills and more of everything because I'm more crazy.
The climate was influenced by the psychedelic era. If you could go back to the period and everyone could understand how the period was and kind of how innocent it was, then it is easier to talk about it.
It mightn't have affected creativity for other people. I know it did for us, and it did for me. I mean, the first thing, that people who smoked marijuana and were into music is that somehow it focuses your attention better on the music, and so you can hear it clearer.
We found out very early on that, if you played stoned or derelict in any way, it was really music, So we would have the experiences and then bring that into the music later.
So I knew that the boys smoked pot, and they equally knew that I disapproved. And they never did in front of me. They would always have Mel roll them a joint, and they'd nip out into the canteen and lock it, or else go into the loo and have a smoke and come back again, beaming all over their faces.
John Lennon has always been extremely honest about his drug use, and how some Beatles songs were inspired by it. He clearly saw no need to keep any of this knowledge from the public throughout the years, since they'd probably already suspected as much anyway. But even though John went to considerable measures to deny any drug references in the song's composition, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds is still regarded as their best drug-related Beatles song ever. I swear to God, or swear to Mao, or swear to anybody you like, I had no idea it spelled LSD, John cried. And still, no one ever hears him. One of John's dreamier songs, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, circles lazily on melodic eddies in an iridescent stream of sound. Taking its title from a pastel drawing by his 4-year-old son Julian, and its atmosphere from a hallucinatory chapter in Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass, it was naturally assumed to be a coded reference to LSD.
This is the truth. My son came home with a drawing and showed me this strange-looking woman flying around. I said, "What is it?" He said, "It's Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds." I thought, that's beautiful. I immediately wrote a song about it. The song had gone out, the whole album had been published, and somebody noticed that the letters spelt out LSD. And I had no idea about it. And of course, after that, I was checking all the songs to see what the letters spelt out. Yeah. They didn't spell out anything, none of the others, and it wasn't about that at all, you know.
John, who wrote half of the words, later thought they felt contrived. "I don't know why I called it that," Julian Lennon explains, "or why it stood out from all my other drawings, but I obviously had an affection for Lucy at that age. I used to show Dad everything I'd built or painted at school, and this one sparked off the idea for a song." Paul relates about his contribution to its writing.
George Martin wrote a book called The Summer of Love, and he asked me to proofread it just to see if his memory was the same as mine. And he got to a song called Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and he said, well, this was John's song completely. And John wrote this, very typical of John, da-da-da-da-da-da. So I had to ring him up. I said, George, I said, no, it was John and I. I said, we sat down. I contributed half of the song. I remember clearly arriving at John's place, it's in the book here, where he had this little drawing that Julian, his son, had done. And across the top of it, in this very naive children's writing, was Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. John said, what about that for a title? I said, fantastic. He said, well, come on, let's go upstairs and write it. Which we did. Things like that, where it's almost a better story that John just wrote Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds himself, that it's attributed to LSD, etc., etc., all the little legends that have grown up about it. But unfortunately, it's just not true. You know, that I was there and we had a great session because we loved the subject matter. John would then say, picture yourself, because it was very, very John opening that, because it's very Lewis Carroll.
Yes.
Picture yourself.
Yes.
John and I both loved Alice. So it was kind of our starting point rather than LSD. Yes. It was more Alice in Wonderland, you know. So we went through it. I came out with newspaper taxis. He'd parry with, go with the looking glass eyes. I'd come out back with kaleidoscope or whatever this. Cellophane. It's always been a favourite word of mine, that cellophane. But so that was basically the idea. So I thought, well, whether people believe me or the revisionism doesn't really matter to me, but I think I ought to get it down.
Another inspiration came from an unlikely source. The Goon Show, a very popular 50s British radio comedy program featuring Peter Sellers and Spike Milligan. Since John was a big fan, and George Martin happened to have produced recordings of the comedy team, Spike Milligan was invited to some Sgt. Pepper recording sessions and struck up a friendship with John in particular. John told him that Lucy, as well as other Beatles songs, were particularly inspired by the Goons' humor. We used to talk about plasticine ties in the Goon Show, recalled Spike, and this crept up in Lucy as plasticine porters with looking glass ties. I knew John quite well. He used to talk a lot about comedy. It all stopped when he married Yoko Ono. Everything stopped. He never asked for me again. The first day of recording consisted of an 8-hour session in which John composed much of the song On the Hoof. Studio time was hardly a cheap commodity, as explained by Mark Lewison. In the 60s, with EMI recording the Beatles and owning the studios at Abbey Road, the expensive studio time was merely an internal paper transaction and was not deducted from the Beatles' royalty payments. No budget restraints were put on the group, nor onto George Martin, no longer an EMI employee. As George Martin explained, I can only presume that EMI realized it was onto a good thing. The group filed back into EMI Studio 2 on March 1st for proper recording of the rhythm track. consisting of George on acoustic guitar, George Martin on piano, Paul playing organ, Ringo on drums, and John singing guide vocals during the verses while playing maracas. Engineer Jeff Emmerich comments, "By now it was evident that John's personality was changing. Instead of being opinionated about everything, he was becoming complacent. In fact, he seemed quite content to have somebody else do his thinking for him, even when we were working on one of his own songs. By the spring of 1967, he was becoming increasingly disengaged. No doubt Paul was aware of the situation, and he was seizing the opportunity to step in and expand his role within the band. That manifested itself down in the studio as they worked on this song, with John's lead vocal getting less aggressive and more dreamy with each successive take. Before take 4 begins, for example, we can hear Paul taking charge, instructing a distracted John. Concentrate, John. Sing these quicker, demonstrating how Paul feels the vocals should be sung. Then, on March 2nd, came the overdubs. The first thing tackled was a vocal track by John and Paul for the choruses of the song. Paul sometimes singing the lower melody line, and other times singing a higher harmony to John's lower part. Finally, Paul's bass and George's distorted lead guitar were added. In hindsight, John hated the production, made unusually rapidly for Sgt. Pepper, and expressed a wish to re-record it. Despite spending nearly a total of 24 hours of studio time on one song, which may sound like a lot, Lucy was actually one of the quickest Sgt. Pepper recordings. Such was the care made in crafting this masterpiece. Years later in 1974, John took Lucy into the studio once again. Under the pseudonym Dr. Winston O'Boogie, he joined Elton John to play rhythm guitar and sing backing vocals on Elton's cover version of the song. The result was a highly successful single released during the height of Elton's career. John and Elton also played it on November 28, 1974, at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Unfortunately, John didn't sing on this live version, and what would have been the first and only time John would have sang the track live. Shame.
It took a long time, and it took longer for me because I would do the basic track. We would do the basic backing track, which would do the drums, and then it would be days or weeks and even months sometimes to come back to the track and put on, overdub like the hi-hat, or if there's, listening again, there's lots of conga drums. I'm not a percussionist, that's another field of drums, but I'm on playing the congas, and there's lots of maracas, and all that stuff sort of came on at the end. So there was a lot of huge gaps. The biggest memory I have of Sgt. Pepper is I learned to play chess on it.
You've always kind of exhibited a very fine wit, a sarcasm, if you will. Does that also go back to childhood? Were you kind of the class-wise guy with teachers and things? I think I recall reading somewhere where you had made a deal with some teachers when you were in school.
I don't think I was funny then. I didn't like school, you know. This is, say, the grammar school, the high school period up until 17, you know, from, say, being 12, 13 to 17. I never liked that because it was very... I mean, it's so different to, like, the American school thing. I went to a school with where Paul McCartney went. It was an old Victorian building, and it was all that old English sort of attitude. It was cold and, you know, very serious, and for the first time, you know, going in that school, it was very serious. You know, you had to do your maths and algebra and Latin and German, and, you know, you had to do all these things, and it was no fun anymore, you know. I just used to sit at the back drawing pictures of guitars. I was not there, really, you know.
On June 3rd, 1964, Ringo fell ill during a photo shoot and was hospitalized with tonsillitis and pharyngitis. George Martin then contacted session musician Jimmy Nicol to fill in as a temporary Beatle. Nicol agreed and quickly arranged to rehearse Beatles songs for the upcoming tour. After every concert, John and Paul would go up to Jimmy and ask him how he was getting on, related biographer Hunter Davies. All that Jimmy would ever say was, "It's getting better." John used to tease him about it, and it became a joke phrase. This became the germ of what would become Getting Better, written in a rather unusual day off during the recording schedule for Sgt. Pepper. I would go to Paul's house, recalls Hunter Davies, and I would have tea with him, muck about, and go for a walk. I remember once, I was walking around Primrose Hill with Paul and his dog Martha one spring morning. Davies describes how John still hadn't arrived for their songwriting session of the day, and how Paul had to switch from his Aston Martin to his black-windowed Mini Cooper to drive to Primrose Hill, because the first car wouldn't start. After arriving, he parked the car and left it without locking it. He never locks his cars. It was the first spring-like morning of that year, and as we got up to the top of the hill, the sun came up. He turned to me and said, "It's getting better," meaning that spring was here. Then he started laughing, and I asked him what he was laughing about, and he said it reminded him of something that the substitute drummer, Jimmy Nicol, used to say at the end of every concert. Then in his little studio in his house, Paul began working on a tune on his guitar. That day at 7 o'clock, when John came around to write a new song, Paul suggested, "Let's do a song called It's Getting Better." So they got going, both playing, singing, improvising, and messing around. When the tune was at last taking shape, Paul said, "You've got to admit, it's getting better." "Did you say you've got to admit it's getting better?" Then John sang that as well, so it went on till 2 in the morning. It's an optimistic song, Paul explains. I often try and get on to optimistic subjects in an effort to cheer myself up, and also, realizing that other people are going to hear this, to cheer them up too. And this was one of those. The angry young man and all that was John and I filling in the verses about school teachers. We shared a lot of feelings against teachers who had punished you too much, who hadn't understood you, or who had just been bastards generally. So there were references to them. It's a diary form of writing, John related.
That's Paul and me, his main lick, but lots of the words and parts and bits from me and possibly the others in the studio. Getting Better is his chorus, and then both together writing the sort of Chuck Berry-ish sounding, but I know that input about beating and all that was from me, and the references to school and things like that.
While at Paul's house that day, John came up with another contribution to the chorus. Paul explains.
It was kind of mixed blessing, really, because on the one hand, I missed John's help and his talent. I mean, one example I always give of John's greatness, I think, is I was sitting at the piano doing, "It's getting better all the time, better, better," and he's sitting there, "Couldn't get much worse." You know, that's very John, you know. I would have never thought of that. I was doing a very positive, getting better, couldn't get much worse. You know, which I thought was great for the song. It just balanced it up.
Paul also explained some of the phrases used in the song. It's funny, I used to think of the bad grammar coming from Chuck Berry, but it's actually more Jamaican, like writing in slang. It just appeared in one of the verses. It felt nice and it scanned nicely rather than, I used to be an angry young man. Me used to. We'd always grab at those things, lots of precedents with Elvis. Ain't never done no wrong. At the school, the teachers would have said, isn't it terrible grammar? And you'd say, yeah, isn't it great? During this time, a visitor appeared in the control room to ask George Martin a favor. This visitor was the Beatles' previous engineer, Norman Smith. Davies relates, Norman arrived. He used to be one of their recording engineers, and now had a group of his own, Pink Floyd. Very politely, he asked George Martin if his boys could possibly pop in to see the Beatles at work. George smiled unhelpfully. Norman said perhaps he should ask John personally as a favor. George Martin said no, that wouldn't work. If by chance he and his boys popped in around 11 o'clock, though, he might just be able to see what he could do. Jeff Emerick explains in detail an event that occurred shortly thereafter that has gone down in history. That same evening, I was witness to a bizarre scenario that seemed quite funny at the time, but could have ended tragically. John was dressed outlandishly as usual, in a festive striped blazer, but I thought he seemed unusually quiet when he first arrived. Soon afterward, he, Paul, and George were gathered around a microphone singing backing vocals when John suddenly announced that he wasn't feeling well. George Martin got on the talkback. What's the matter, John? Is it something you ate? The others sniggered, but John remained perfectly solemn. No, it's not that, he replied. I'm just having trouble focusing. Up in the control room, Richard Lush and I exchanged glances. Uh-huh, we thought. That would be the drugs kicking in. But George Martin didn't seem to have an inkling of what was going on. George Martin recalled that John looked up at me. George, he said slowly, I'm not feeling too good. I'm not focusing on me. This was a pretty odd thing to say, even for John. I studied him. I'd been oblivious to it until then, but he did look pretty awful. Not sick, but twitchy and strange. Do you want to be driven home? He asked. No, John said in a tiny, faraway voice. Well then, perhaps you'd like to get a little fresh air, George suggested helpfully. Okay, came the meek reply. Emerick continues. It seemed to take John a long time to get up the stairs. He was moving as if he were in slow motion. When he finally walked through the doorway to the control room, I noticed that he had a strange, glazed look on his face. Gazing vacantly around the room, John completely ignored the three of us. He appeared to be searching for something, but didn't seem to know what it was. Come on, John, I know a way up the back stairs, George Martin said soothingly, leading the befuddled Beatle out of the room. George Martin returned to the control room alone. Where's John? Paul asked. George Martin turned the talkback mic. I left him up on the roof, looking at the stars. Ah, you mean like Vince Hill, Paul joked. Vince Hill was a schmaltzy singer who was currently topping the charts with a sappy version of the song Edelweiss, featured in The Sound of Music, which Paul and George Harrison immediately began singing boisterously. A second or two later, it dawned on them. John was tripping on acid, and George Martin has left him up on the roof alone. As if they were actors in an old-fashioned silent movie, the two Beatles executed a perfectly timed double take and then bolted up the stairs together, full speed, in a frantic dash to retrieve their compatriot. They knew all too well that the EMI rooftop had only a narrow parapet, and that, in his lethargically altered state, John could easily step over the edge and plummet 30 feet to the pavement below. Mal and Neil followed closely behind, and a few tense minutes later, everyone reappeared in the control room, thankfully with the bewildered John in tow, still in one piece. Nobody castigated George Martin for his poor decision, born, to be fair, out of naivete, but arrangements were quickly made for John to be driven home, and the session ended soon afterward.
I was so innocent that I actually took John up onto the roof when he was having an LSD trip, not knowing what it was.
I never took it in the studio. Once I did accidentally. I thought it was taking some uppers. And I was not in a state of handling it, but I took it, and then I just noticed, I was so scared on the mic, I said, what was it, I said, I feel ill. I thought I felt ill, and And I thought it was going to crack, you know, and then I said, I must get some air, and they all took me upstairs on the roof, and George Martin was looking at me funny, you know. And then it dawned on me, I must have taken acid.
So the only place I could take him to get fresh air was on the roof. And we went up there, and it was a wonderful starry night, and he looked up, went to the edge of the 18-inch parapet, and looked up at the stars and said, aren't they fantastic? And of course, to him, they would have been especially fantastic, I suppose.
As the session was winding down, the semi-scheduled appearance of Norman Smith and Pink Floyd transpired, who happened to be recording their first album in another EMI studio that evening. Sadly, he and his protégés were given a very cool reception by Paul and George Harrison, Emmerich explains. Uninvited visitors were simply not made welcome, even if they included a former workmate. After a few minutes of awkward chat, described by Hunter Davies as half-hearted hellos, Norman headed out the door. It was the last time he popped in on any Beatles session that I was present at. Clearly, as far as they were concerned, that chapter was over. Getting Better appears to make use of both a chorus and a refrain, something that is quite unique in the Beatles' catalog. Also, a very interesting tonal trick is employed here. The G chord is heard throughout the whole verse, which, along with the melody, gives the listener an impression that the key is actually in G mixolydian. However, as the song transitions into the chorus, we realize that G is actually serving as a secondary dominant, resolving to C major. This modulation provides a powerful sense of release in the chorus, aligning beautifully with the song's lyrics. And yes, despite G mixolydian and C major being essentially the same scale just rearranged, this clever modal choice brings an added depth and unpredictability to the song. The song's lyrics might even make a subtle callback to the polemic Run for Your Life. The theme of once being an angry young man, and wanting to isolate himself by hiding his head in the sand, was something John warned his little girl to do to escape doom in Run for Your Life. Incidentally, in a similar vein, the singer admits to being cruel to his former lovers, as he kept her apart from the things that she loved. Man, I was mean, he flippantly recalls, but it's okay now because, since he's found his new love, he's changing his scene, which is serendipitous to the changes John would go through after his experiences taking acid and embracing its peace and love culture.
All that, I used to be cruel to my woman and beat her. That's me, because I used to be cruel to my woman and physically. Any woman. You know, I was a hitter. I couldn't express myself, and I fought men, I hit women, I was violent. That's why I'm always on about peace. You see, it's the most violent people that go for love and peace. And I sincerely believe in love and peace. But I am absolutely a violent man who has learned not to be violent and regrets his violence.
Although Getting Better is Paul's baby, John's fingerprints were all over the lyrics and in the themes of looking back on his school life.
When George brought up the Within You Without You, and nobody was there going, oh, George, we don't really want any Indian music on this album. We're a rock and roll. It was like, yeah, come on, let's see what happens, you know. So, you know, liberating was a good word for it.
Within You Without You was just my way of trying to make a Western pop song using some of those instruments and some of those sounds.
Having secured 3 songwriting spots on Revolver, George was poised to provide at least one contribution to Sgt. Pepper. The only problem was that George wasn't up for the task. I went to India in September 1966, he related. It was becoming difficult for me because I wasn't really that into it. I just got back from India and my heart was still out there.
For me, it was kind of a bit tiring, or it was a bit boring because, I had a few moments in there that I enjoyed, but generally I didn't really like that album much. My heart was still in India, that was the big thing for me when it happened in the 66. It was after that, everything else seemed like hard work, it was a job. It was like doing something I didn't really want to do. I was losing interest in being fab at that point.
2.5 months into the recording of the album, George did muster up a song as his contribution, Only a Northern Song, which was partially recorded with some half-hearted cooperation by both Ringo and Paul, but the consensus was that the song was not up to the caliber of the rest of the album, a collection that they already knew would be their best album ever. The lyrics bemoan the fact that it doesn't really matter what chords he played, but the lyrics may also be a sly reference to how his mind was really facing a more eastern direction these days, as opposed to northern. Before then, everything I'd known had been in the West, and so the trips to India really opened me up. I was into the whole thing, the music, the culture, the smells. I'd been let out of the confines of the group, and it was difficult for me to come back into the sessions. In a way, it felt like going backwards. Everyone else thought that Sgt. Pepper was a revolutionary record, but for me it was not as enjoyable. I was growing out of that kind of thing. A month later, to everyone's relief, George popped into the sessions with another composition that fit in perfectly with where his enthusiasm was right then. And it fit in perfectly with the kaleidoscope of musical genres on display on the album. The song was titled Within You Without You. Under the name of Sam Wells, George, along with his wife Patty, vacationed in Bombay, India for 6 weeks, beginning on September 20th, 1966. At the suggestion of Ravi Shankar, from whom he was going to take sitar lessons while there, he grew a mustache as a subtle disguise, so as to ward off any Indian Beatlemaniacs that may have been around in the area. I had George practice all the correct positions of sitting and some of the basic exercises, Shankar related. This was the most one could do in 6 weeks, considering that a disciple usually spends years learning these basics. While there, however, he became quite enamored with the culture and, especially, the religion. I believe much more in the religions of India than in anything I ever learned from Christianity, he was quoted as saying during a BBC interview on the day he arrived in India. The difference over here is that their religion is every second and every minute of their lives, and it is them, how they act, how they conduct themselves, and how they think. In Andy Babiok's book, Beatles Gear, Ravi Shankar speaks of George's tremendous interest in Indian philosophy, religion, and so on. It was so strong, I gave him a very famous book, Autobiography of a Yogi. That really changed his whole life and mind. That influenced his writing of beautiful songs like Within You Without You and many others.
One of the books, which was by Swami Vivekananda, who said, if there's a God, you must see him, and if there's a soul, we must perceive it. Otherwise, it's better not to believe. It's better to be an outspoken atheist than a hypocrite. And after all my life, I've been brought up, well, they tried to bring me up as a Catholic. They had told you to just believe what they're telling you and, not to have the direct experience. And this, for me, going to India and hearing somebody saying, no, you can't believe anything until you have direct perception of it. And I thought, wow, fantastic at last, find somebody who makes some sense. And so I wanted to go deeper and deeper into that.
George's research led him to his firm belief that we are all one. That is, all creation, including our individual selves, are made of the same energy field or life force, and are therefore all invisibly connected to each other. The majority of general mankind view themselves as individual and thereby separate from everyone and everything. This referred to by many mystics and teachers as the ego. Not realizing their interconnectedness, they hide themselves behind a wall of illusion. Obtaining this true realization during their lifetime is the ultimate goal, because it's far too late when they pass away. The more people that realize the power they possess, the more they could harness this collective energy through various means, such as meditation, to spread love throughout the world. As George sings, "With our love we could save the world, if they only knew." Sometime after his return from India, most likely around early March of 1967, George and Patty were present at a dinner party in the Hampstead, London home of close friend Klaus Voormann. Tony King, who had known the Beatles since 1963 and would work with them at Apple shortly afterwards, was also present at this party. Describing the atmosphere on this day in Steve Turner's book, A Hard Day's Right, Tony remembers, "We were all on about the wall of illusion and the love that flowed between us, but none of us knew what we were talking about. We all developed these groovy voices. It was a bit ridiculous, really. It was as if we were sages all of a sudden. We all felt as if we had glimpsed the meaning of the universe." Klaus had a harmonium in his house, which I hadn't played before, George remembers about that day. "I was doodling on it, playing to amuse myself, when Within You started to come. The tune came first, and then I got the first sentence. It came out of what we'd been doing that evening. We were talking. That's as far as I got that night. I finished the rest of the words later at home. The words were always a bit of a hang-up for me. I'm not very poetic. My lyrics are poor, really. But I don't take any of it seriously. It's just a joke, a personal joke. It's great if someone else likes it, but I don't take it too seriously myself." The session, scheduled as usual to begin at 7 p.m., took place in EMI Studio 2, and was attended by some special guests. He brought in friends from the Indian Music Association to play some special instruments, George Martin explains. Mark Lewison describes these musicians as from the Asian Music Circle in Fitzalan Road, Finchley, North London. There are some Indian musicians who worked on Sgt. Pepper, who still haven't been paid simply because George doesn't know their names, George Martin stated in an interview shortly after the release of the album. Hunter Davies explains that George has great difficulty getting the right sort of trained Indian musicians for studio sessions in London. For Within You Without You, he spent weeks finding and auditioning people who could play Indian instruments. There were no full-time professionals in England playing the instruments he wanted. Since George was a detached, reluctant participant during the recording of a good portion of the album, as Jeff Emmerich describes him, George Martin must have known that he felt that way, which would explain why he was prepared to put so much time and effort into recording the song. My theory was that, while George may well have felt trapped by the group's fame and notoriety, he didn't want to let the side down either. That's why there was such a sense of relief amongst everyone when the track turned out so well. Studio 2 had a hardwood floor, so in order to dampen the sound, I normally put down carpeting underneath Ringo's drums and in the area where the Beatles' vocals were recorded. But this time Richard and I got out a bunch of throw rugs and spread them all around the floor for the musicians to sit on, all in an effort to make them feel more comfortable and make the studio a bit more homey. Mind you, the Abbey Road rugs were completely moth-eaten and dilapidated, but it was the thought that counted. All four Beatles were there when the basic track was recorded, along with the famed illustrator Peter Blake, who was there to talk about the Sgt. Pepper album cover. He mostly huddled with Paul and John while George was busy instructing the musicians as to the parts he wanted them to play. Ringo, as usual, was lost in a game of chess off in a corner with Neil. It was very calm and peaceful in the studio that evening. George was surrounded by his new friends, the Indian musicians, and he was gracious and welcoming when Peter Blake arrived. For perhaps the first time during the Pepper session, I could see that George was completely relaxed. As to Paul and John's activities during these rehearsals, Emmerich says, Paul was somewhat interested in the goings-on, and in how the various instruments were played. Eventually he bought a sitar himself, but John seemed quite bored, wandering around the studio aimlessly, not knowing what to contribute. George has done a great Indian one, Paul said in 67. We came along one night, and he had about 400 Indian fellas playing there, and it was a great swinging evening, as they say. Emmerich continues, as the other instruments began to be layered on top of the drone, the structure of the song started to make a little more sense. I quite liked the sound of the tabla, and as I had done on George's Revolver track, Love You Too, I once again decided to close mic them and add signal processing to make things a little more exciting sonically. Everyone was amazed when they first heard a tabla recorded that closely, with the texture and the lovely low resonances. The other Indian instruments recorded on this day were Surmandal, which is a multi-stringed board zither, and Dilruba, described by Emmerich as a bowed instrument similar to a sitar but smaller. The recording was done in 3 sections, the first comprising the first 2 verses and the refrain, the second being the elaborate 5/4 instrumental section of the song, and the third being the return to the original tempo and comprising the final verse and refrain. Because the song was unusually long, Emmerich says, there were quite a few glances between John and Paul when the rhythm track was being recorded, and I could tell they were a bit dubious. Yes, it's all very nice, I could imagine they were thinking, and it's all very well played, but it isn't Beatles, is it? I guess they went along with it for the sake of band unity. We all knew George liked Indian music, George Martin said. There was a kind of toleration, if you like, but it was a welcome one, because we actually liked the sounds. The jawsticks were even okay. They covered the smell of the pot. One final recording session was needed to bring the track to life. This extensive session happening on April 3rd, 1967, in beginning at 7 p.m. EMI Studio 1 was chosen because of it being larger and more suitable for orchestral recordings, this being the major ingredient recorded on this day. George may have been the only Beatle present on this day, but it was a landmark day nonetheless. As was becoming a habit, Emmerich continues, it was a marathon session, running until dawn the next day, but the results were nothing short of magical. However, much preparatory work was needed from George Martin before this session. What was difficult, he explains, was writing a score for the cellos and violins that the English players would be able to play like the Indians. The Dilruba player, for example, was doing all kinds of swoops, and so I actually had to score that for the strings and instruct the players to follow. Concerning the sliding techniques of the previously recorded Indian instruments, George Martin explains, that meant that in scoring for the track, I had to make the string players play very much like Indian musicians, bending the notes, and with slurs between one note and the next. Despite their expertise, Emmerich adds, the musicians took a long time to get it right. I clearly remember the look of deep concentration on their faces as they struggled to master the complex score. It was painstaking, and it certainly was a challenge for the musicians, many of whom seemed to be getting a little frustrated as the session wore on. The problem was that we were trying to create a blend of East meets West, conventional orchestral instruments playing over non-conventional Indian instruments. There were no real bar lines in the Eastern music, just a lot of sustained tones, most of which were playing in between the 12 notes added in Western music. That was a really hard session for George Martin. By the end of the night, he was absolutely knackered. Thankfully, he had the help of George Harrison, who acted as a bridge between the Indian tonalities and rhythms, which he understood quite well, and the Western sensibilities of George Martin and the classical musicians. I was never more impressed with both Georges than I was on that very special, almost spiritual night. After the string overdubs were completed and the musicians had departed, we moved into Studio 2, where George Harrison began tuning his sitar, sitting cross-legged on a throw rug we had put down for him. He only had to overdub 3 or 4 licks in the instrumental section, but some of the drop-ins were tricky, and it took hours to do. None of us had ever really appreciated how difficult the sitar was to play. Despite the fact that George was quite accomplished, it did always seem to take a lot of time to get his parts recorded whenever he picked the instrument up. As was his wont, George chose to fill in the empty spaces between the melody lines played by the Dilruba in the section of the song. Upon listening, there were actually 8 sitar fills George added to the instrumental section on this day, as well as other vamping and mimicking of the Dilruba melody line. Interestingly, it appears that they attempted to double-track these fills, the first one being double-tracked while the others remained single-tracked, undoubtedly realizing the difficulty they were having in getting this done and how much time they were taking. With the sitar work complete, they quickly went to the next task on hand. Finally, with the lights down low and the candles and incense burning, Emmerich remembers, George tackled the lead vocal, and he did a great job. Mind you, he does sound quite sleepy on it, hardly surprising since we'd been up all night working on the track. Fortunately, that lethargic quality seemed to perfectly complement the mood of the song. The sun was rising as we staggered out of the studio the next morning, but I felt completely satisfied, proud of our accomplishment. It wasn't only his lack of sleep that created the vocal feel needed for the song. The same finesse that the string musicians used had to also be perfected by George. As George Martin explains, he had to sing the same tune as the Dilruba in exactly the same way, the same kind of swoops that the Dilruba does. He worked at perfecting this art, recording each attempt directly onto track 4 of the tape, also wiping away any previous attempt in the process. The rhythm track he was recording his vocals onto was played back slightly faster as well, which changed the key of the song from C to C sharp. While George Martin described Within You Without You in 1979 as a rather dreary song, he changed his opinion as the years passed. I actually think Within You Without You would have benefited a bit by being shorter, but it was a very interesting song, George Martin later said. I find it more interesting now than I did then. From then on, Emmerich explains, many of George Martin's orchestrations began exhibiting that same kind of Indian feel, with string sections doing slight pitch bending. It actually put a stamp on his arrangements and gave them a unique sound. And, at George's request, they added a small bit of laughter at the end of the song as it faded out. The laugh at the end of the track was George Harrison, George Martin explains. He just thought it would be a good idea to put on it. I think he just wanted to relieve the tedium a bit. George was slightly embarrassed and defensive about his work. I was always conscious of that. George himself explains, well, after all that long Indian stuff, you might want some light relief. It's a release after 5 minutes of sad music. You haven't got to take it all that seriously, you know. You were supposed to hear the audience anyway, as they listened to Sgt. Pepper's show. That was the style of the album.
Within You Without You,
George is, I think, one of George's best songs, one of my favorite of his too. I like the arrangement, the sound, and the words are good too.
Yeah.
He's clear on that song. You can hear his mind is clear and his music's clear and he's presenting. That's what I mean, that there is his innate talent that brought that kind of sound together.
Did you have anything to do with that at all?
Nothing at all to do with it, only as an appreciator of the record. I don't even think I was on the track.
Turn on, tune in, drop out. This phrase, first popularized by counterculturalist Timothy Leary in late '66, advocated embracing cultural changes and detaching yourself from existing forms of conventionality. Leary explained in his autobiography, Flashback, that drop out meant self-reliance, a discovery of one's singularity, a commitment to mobility, choice, and change. The result of this highly publicized and irresponsible suggestion was, as Steve Turner's book, A Hard Day's Right, indicates, streams of young people headed for San Francisco, center of flower power, leading the FBI to announce a record number of 90,000 runaways in 1967. The youth of that time would often quit school and anything else that had made them conform to straight society, virtually vanishing from their previous lifestyle to one of supposed freedom. One such teenager was Melanie Coe, the daughter of John and Elsie Coe from Stamford Hill, London. The February 27, 1967 issue of London's Daily Mail featured an article about her disappearance with the heading, "A-level girl dumps car and vanishes." It described Melanie as the schoolgirl who seemed to have everything, leaving not only her Austin 1100 outside the house unlocked, but also a wardrobe full of clothes, taking only those she was wearing. Her father was quoted as exclaiming, "I cannot imagine why she would run away. She has everything here, even her fur coat." Paul remembers, we'd seen a story in the newspaper about a young girl who had left home and not been found. There were a lot of those at the time. That was enough to give us a storyline. So I started to get the lyrics. She slips out and leaves a note, and then the parents wake up, and then it was rather poignant. I like it as a song, and when I showed it to John, he added the Greek chorus and the long sustained notes. And one of the nice things about the structure of the song is that it stays on those chords endlessly. Before that period in our songwriting, we would have changed chords, but it stays on the E chord. It really holds you. It's a really nice little trick, and I think it worked really well. Paul then defined what the Greek chorus entails by adding, while I was showing that to John, he was doing the Greek chorus, the parents' view. We gave her most of our lives, we gave her everything money could buy. I think that may have been in the Runaway story. It might have been a quote from the parents. John reiterated Paul's explanation by saying, Paul had the basic theme for this song, but all those lines like, we gave her most of our lives, we gave her everything money could buy, those were the things Mimi used to say to me. It was easy to write. The original lyric sheet shows alternate lyrics for the second refrain that were quite possibly written by John as well, those being, is this the thanks we get, all of the thanks that we get. Therefore, it appears that the bulk of the chorus, the long sustained notes, and the answering melody lines, were written by John while all of the verses were written by Paul. It was John's idea for the words of the old couple. What did we do that was wrong in the background? Explained George Martin. He was looking at the misused old people and also the conflict between them and the young girl. Originally, it was undoubtedly Paul's song, but John contributed quite a bit in a way with the answering chorus. The amazing thing about the song was how much it got right about my life, stated Melanie Coe in the book A Hard Day's Right. It quoted the parents as saying we gave her everything money could buy, which was true in my case. I had 2 diamond rings, a mink coat, handmade clothes in silk and cashmere, and even my own car. Then there was the line after living alone for so many years, which really struck home to me because I was an only child, and I always felt alone. I heard the song when it came out and thought it was about someone like me, but never dreamed it was actually about me. I must have been in my 20s when my mother said she'd seen Paul on television, and he'd said that the song was based on a story in a newspaper. That's when I started telling my friends it was about me. Even odder still is the coincidence concerning the chosen main character in the song. 4 years earlier, on October 4th, 1963, 13-year-old Melanie had actually met Paul during the filming of the hit British television show Ready, Steady, Go. Melanie competed with 3 other contestants in a miming competition for the program, this episode being the first time the Beatles appeared on the show. Paul was recruited to judge the competition, and he picked Melanie as the winner. Eerie. The Beatles returned to a waltz tempo again for this track, having already mastered it with a conventional pop instrumentation in This Boy, Babies in Black, Yes It Is, and others. They take it into new dimensions this time around with a string arrangement that harkens back to the turn of the century. Before recording even began, Paul thought carefully about how the song should be presented on the album. Paul was getting very keen on the possibilities of orchestral settings, states Barry Miles, and felt that She's Leaving Home would be best suited by this type of arrangement. Therefore, on March 10, 1967 or thereabouts, Paul contacted George Martin about his idea. George Martin describes his take on this discussion with Paul. During the making of Pepper, he was also to give me one of the biggest hurts of my life. At that time, I was still having to record all my other artists. One day, Paul rang me to say, I've got a song I want you to work on with me. Can you come around tomorrow afternoon? I want to get it done quickly. We'll book an orchestra and you can score it. I can't tomorrow, Paul. I'm recording Seal of Black at 2:30. Come on, you can just come around at 2 o'clock. No, I can't. I've got a session on. All right then, he said, and that ended the conversation. What he did then, as I discovered later, was to get Neil Aspinall, the road manager, to ring round and find someone else to do the score for him, simply because I couldn't do it at that short of a notice. In the end, he found Mike Leander, who could. Mike Leander was a freelance producer and arranger whom Paul had met while attending the recording session at Decca Studios for Marianne Faithfull's version of Paul's song, Yesterday. The following day, Paul presented me with it and said, Here we are. I've got a score. We can record it now. I recorded it with a few alterations to make it work better, but I was hurt. I thought, Paul, you could have waited. Or I really couldn't have done it that afternoon unless I'd just devoted everything to the Beatles and never dealt with any other artist. Paul obviously didn't think it was important that I should do everything. To me, it was. I wasn't getting much out of it from a financial point of view, but at least I was getting satisfaction. The score itself was good enough and still really holds up today, but it was the only score that was ever done by anyone else during all my time with the Beatles. However, it had happened, and there was nothing to be done about it. Paul explains his side of the story. I rang George Martin and said, I'm really onto this song, George. I want to record it next week. I'm really hot to record it. I've got one of those I've gotta go feelings, and when you get them, you don't want anything to stop you. You feel like if you lose this impetus, you'll lose something valuable. So I rang him and I said, I need you to arrange it. He said, I'm sorry, Paul, I've got a Cilla Black session. And I thought, frickin' hell, after all this time working together, he ought to put himself out. It was probably unreasonable to expect him to. Of course, I was hurt that he didn't have the time for me, but he had time for Cilla. With all hurt feelings aside, the session for She's Leaving Home was booked on March 17th at EMI Studio 2. It appears that Paul was the only Beatle in attendance on this day, the intention of this session being the recording of the strings only. George Martin prepared the final sheet music to be presented to the 10 musicians present on this day, and gave it to them to rehearse before 9 p.m. arrived. Harpist Sheila Bromberg says, Suddenly a piece of music was plunked on my music stand, and I gave it a brief look. The fixer didn't even tell me at the time that it was for the Beatles. You never knew who you were going to play with. And then this voice said, Well, what you got on the dust? Meaning, what's written on the music? I recognized the Liverpool accent. I turned around, and, of course, it was Paul McCartney. 6 takes of the song were recorded on this day, 4 of which were complete. Of these 4, being that these were the professional session musicians, their performances were nearly flawless and identical. However, someone in particular was fussy about what he wanted. First of all, I played exactly what was written, Sheila Bromberg relates. Then I stopped, and Paul said, No, I don't want that. I want something, After she tried out other ideas, Paul would just repeat, No, I don't want that. I want something, I think he had an idea in his head of what he wanted it to sound like, but he couldn't describe it. He couldn't express it, and he was waiting for somebody to bring it out of the air. During the session, after each time we played it, Paul, we would hear from the controls, No, I don't want that. I want something, So we'd play it again. Came midnight, and the string section was really fed up. And eventually, the leader of the orchestra stood up. Eric Groenberg tucked his violin under his arms and said, Now it is midnight. We have to go home because we are working in the morning. So a voice, Paul, from the control box said, Well, I suppose that's that then. And we all went home. The next job was to overlay the vocals. As was their habit during the recording of the album, they liked to experiment with tweaking the tape speed to get different effects. In the case of She's Leaving Home, a decision was made to record their vocals with the orchestral track sped up slightly, changing the pitch from E major to F major. The lights in the studio were turned off to set the mood. The sole source of illumination was a table lamp next to the wall. The 2 Beatles, lifelong friends and collaborators, sat on high stools, facing each other, studying each other's lips intently for phrasing. Watching them, I remember thinking that John and Paul's voices were so different, yet so perfectly complemented each other's, just like their personalities and approach to music making. It wasn't an easy vocal to nail down either. At one point there was a very long discussion about getting the right amount of emotion into the lyric. Paul was quite the perfectionist by this time, and he was really p***ing John off by having him sing the same line over and over again. Up in the control room, I had to do a bit of tweaking to get the correct perspective and contrast between the 2 vocals. But Paul still wanted something to be done with the opening harp segment of the song, so different experiments were pursued. The first mix had them treating it with artificial double tracking to give it a richer sound, but they ended up scrapping this idea. The sixth mix had them adding a doubling effect to the harp, which is what they ended up keeping. That's what he was after, Sheila Bromberg said when she heard the final product.
When the boys decided what they wanted really to put all of their heroes on the album in some form or another. And by recruiting Peter Blake, who was an avant-garde artist again, to assemble their ideas and realize them in the same way that I was realizing the music, they did, I think, a pretty smart thing.
There was a bit of a dispute about this cover, everyone was kind of, oh, we can't do that, because that's the thing, if you're being free, there's obviously a lot of people say, oh, naughty, watch it.
Though the Sgt. Pepper theme song was written, and for all intents and purposes, completely recorded by March 6th, they had yet to even begin writing the song that it was going to segue into. Having already introduced the one and only Billy Shears, they finally got around to writing Billy's song on March 28th of that year. Bringing the chords of With a Little Help from My Friends, then called Badfinger Boogie, to John's house, Paul and his partner banged away abstractedly on the piano, singing phrases that popped into their heads or occurred into the conversation of their friends in the same room. This process went on for hours, broken by outbursts of laughter, long intervals spent in flipping casually through magazines, and on random diversions into other songs and styles, including, without announcement or comment, a new number by Paul, The Fool on the Hill. Hunter Davies' description is of creativity as a dreamlike process, the Beatles groping along in a sort of light trance. While drugs may have played a part in this, there was probably a fair degree of method to it too. Both Paul and John had found inspiration in moments in which their conscious minds had fallen into abeyance. Much of what Davies witnessed was probably a strategy to keep the imaginative current flowing. After a decade of songwriting on guitars and pianos, Lennon and McCartney were aware of deadening habit and careful to vary their methods so as to retain an element of self-surprise. Making sure there was a song designated for Ringo to sing on a Beatles album had become a much more serious undertaking as the group entered into the second half of their career. Instead of satisfying this need by offering a half-baked original composition or by resurrecting a favorite cover version, John and Paul took to penning material especially suited to their drummer's abilities, allowing him to shine. Such was the case for Yellow Submarine in 1966, and, to even greater effect, 1967's offering With a Little Help from My Friends. In keeping with his idea of creating an alter ego group to take on the identity of, Paul went into great pains in humbly allowing Ringo to take center stage as the pop idol/star of the band, his character the only one, apart from Sgt. Pepper himself, to be named. Christening him Billy Shears, Ringo steps into the limelight as never before, all the while acknowledging that his place in center stage is due to much help from his good friends. I think that was probably the best of the songs we wrote for Ringo, actually, Paul revealed. Poking a little fun at Ringo was actually a lot of fun. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Actually, John and I wrote this song within a vocal range that would cause no problems for Ringo, who had a style of singing different from ours. I always saw those as equivalent of writing a James Bond film theme. It was a challenge. It was something out of the ordinary for us because we actually had to write in a key for Ringo, and, it had to be a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Ringo liked kids a lot, he was very good with kids, so we knew Yellow Submarine would be a good thing for Ringo to sing. In this case, it was a slightly more mature song, which I always liked very much. Hunter Davies adds, they knew it would be for the kids, it was a sing-along type of song. They thought the album was missing this sort of thing. Paul relates, I remember giggling with John as we wrote the lines. What did you see when you turn out the light? I can't tell you, but I know it's mine. It could have been him playing with his willy under the covers, or it could have been taken on a deeper level. This was what it meant, but it was a nice way to say it, a very non-specific way to say it. I always liked that. Everyone does that, touching themselves when the light goes out. They had one line that I wouldn't sing, Ringo recalls. It was, "What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and throw tomatoes at me?" I said, "There's not a chance in hell I'm going to sing this line," because we still had a lot of really deep memories of kids throwing jelly beans and toys on stage, and I thought that if we ever did get out there again, I'm not going to be bombarded with tomatoes. The original lyric sheet has the lyric, "Throw a tomato at me," crossed out and replaced with "Stand up and walk out on me," this change being jotted down at EMI Studios during the recording session. Paul further dissects the lyrics. "Lend me your ears." Well, you know where that's from. The Bard's 400th birthday had fallen in April 1964, and there had been a production of Julius Caesar on television that year. It was still fresh in our minds. John and I were able to include one or two little private jokes here. I get high with a little help from my friends. Later it became something of a subversive song in the US because Spiro Agnew, vice president of the US at the time, tried to ban it, claiming it encouraged drug use. On March 29, 1967, they debuted the song in Studio 2. They may not have gotten the song completely written, but it was crunch time to wrap up the album, so said EMI. Therefore, they put their heads together to finish up the lyrics, as well as the arrangement, and get the recording of the song underway. Despite the late hour, Jeff Emerick says, all four Beatles were wide awake. After hurriedly consuming cups of tea, we finally got to work. The backing track for the new song had a real spark to it, and an inspired Ringo was really smacking his tom-toms, so I decided to take the bottom skins off again, something I haven't done since A Day in the Life. 10 takes were required to get a keeper. One other musician heard on the rhythm track is George Martin, who plays a Hammond organ piece during the beginning 3 measures, the opening piece that would later prove to be the segue between the Sgt. Pepper theme and this song that was to include the introductory Billy Shears. Some hoped the session was done for the day. It was nearly dawn by that time, Emerick explains. Richard Lush and I watched an exhausted Ringo begin to trudge up the stairs. That was our signal, as usual, that the session was over, and we began to relax. He was at the halfway point when we heard Paul's voice call out. "Where are you going, Ring?" he said. Ringo looked surprised. "Home, to bed." "Nah, let's do the vocal now." Ringo looked to the others for support. "But I'm knackered," he protested. To his dismay, both John and George were taking Paul's side. "No, come on back here and do some singing for us," John said with a grin. It was always a group decision as to when a session would end, and obviously Ringo had jumped the gun a bit. Reluctantly, he headed back down the steps. "Oh no," groaned Richard. "Are we still going to be here tomorrow when the session's due to start?" Weary to the bone, all I could do was shake my head. I was too tired to even react. Fortunately for all of us, Ringo got his lead vocal done relatively quickly. Perhaps the shock tactic of having him sing when he was least expecting it took the nervousness away. Or perhaps it was just how supportive everyone was being. All 3 of his compatriots gathered around him, inches behind the microphone, silently conducting and cheering him on as he gamely tackled his vocal duties. It was a touching show of unity among the 4 Beatles. The only problem was the song's last high note, which Ringo had a bit of trouble hitting spot on. For a while he lobbied to have the tape slowed down just for that one drop-in, and we tried it, but even though it allowed him to sing on pitch, it didn't match tonally with the rest of the vocal. He sounded a bit silly, almost like one of the goons. "No, Ring, you've got to do it properly," Paul finally concluded. "You can do it," George said encouragingly. Even John added some helpful, if decidedly non-technical, advice. "Just throw your head back and let her rip." It took a few tries, but Ringo finally hit the note, and held it, without too much wavering.
It took a lot of coaxing from Paul to get me to sing that last note. I just felt it was very high. I always worry about the vocals, and I'm insecure when I do the vocals. I still am, and I was then. And so he would, get me up, and we finally got that last note.
Amid the cheers of his bandmates and a Scotch and Coke toast, the session finally ended. It was now 5:45 the following morning, and Ringo was finally allowed to go home to bed. After a little bit of sleep, the group convened on March 30th at Chelsea Manor Studios in London for the photo shoot for the Sgt. Pepper album cover. The recording session this day was consumed entirely by adding overdubs to With a Little Help from My Friends and completing the song. 2 sets of background vocals from John, Paul, and George were overdubbed, the first set being the question and answer lyrics that filled the empty gaps in the verses purposefully left by Ringo in the previous session, these being sung in unison by all 3 Beatles. Then the 3 of them harmonized with some of the lines, as well as providing sporadic harmony vocals on top of Ringo's vocal, this being the second set of vocal overdubs. Ringo then added a tambourine overdub, and George added 2 guitar overdubs, an additional rhythm guitar for the entire song, and a lead guitar overdub, which can be heard in 2 places, just before Ringo begins singing and just after the first refrain. Ringo sat up in the control room with us for most of that session, Emmerich explains. Beaming like a proud papa, this was his song, and he was quite interested in its progress, listening intently to every new overdub. There was still no bass on it because Paul had played piano during the backing track, so at around 3 in the morning, John, George, and Ringo finally headed home, accompanied by George Martin. Richard Lush and I again hunkered down for what we knew was going to be a long night, but it was worth every second of it. By this time, I knew exactly the kind of sound Paul was after, and I didn't do anything differently than on other Pepper tracks, but I do think that there's something unique about the bass sound on With a Little Help from My Friends. Perhaps it's because Paul deviated from the usual routine, in that he decided to sit up in the control room with us while he played. To accommodate his wishes, Richard Lush ran an extra long lead down to the bass amp. Brow furrowed in deep concentration, fingers wrapped around his psychedelic-colored Rickenbacker, Paul instructed Richard Lush to drop in and out over and over again. Determined to get every single note and phrase as perfect as it could possibly be, that night was like a man possessed. Sitting side by side with the ultra-focused McCartney in that cramped control room in the middle of the night, shouting out encouragement every time he'd nail a section, Richard Lush and I felt truly privileged to be there. We knew that the work we were doing was important, though we could hardly guess at the seismic impact it would have on popular culture when Pepper was finally released a few months later. Apart from the string overdubs on Within You Without You, and the snippet of gibberish taped for the Runout Groove on April 21st, this was the last thing to be recorded for Sgt. Pepper, and something of an afterthought. The Beatles had been playing with running orders for the album and had come up with a provisional solution for side 1. The second side, though, needed something else. Neil suggested to Paul that Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band be reprised in abbreviated form to bookend the album and segue into A Day in the Life. A bit later, Neil recalls, Paul told John about it in the studio, and John came up to me and said, "Nobody likes a smart arse, Neil." That was when I knew that John liked it and that it would happen. This was the only time a Beatles song was reworked and recorded purposefully to act as a complement to the first, with the intention of both being released together. And although it appears to have been an afterthought, the results were staggeringly successful. Neil Aspinall continues, At the end of every Beatles show, Paul used to say, "It's time to go, we're going to go to bed, and this is our last number." Then they'd play the last number and leave. Mal said to Paul, "Why don't you have Sgt. Pepper as the compere of the album? He comes on at the beginning of the show and introduces the band, and at the end he closes it." Paul evidently liked the idea and took to writing the song based on the chorus of the original theme song that he and Mal Evans had written. Based on Neil's suggestion, Paul incorporated his closing comments from earlier Beatles performances. After over 4 months of being virtually locked up inside of EMI recording studios, the Beatles met up once again in the studio to start and finish their final song for Sgt. Pepper's. This day was April 1st, 1967, the session beginning sometime after 7 p.m. and lasting until 6 a.m. the following morning. Jeff Emerick shares, "The live audience segue between the theme song and With a Little Help from My Friends had worked out so well that we now had to come up with something equally spectacular for the end of the album, just before A Day in the Life, which would be the obvious closer. And so it was that a full month after the Sgt. Pepper theme was initially recorded, the four Beatles returned to the studio to reprise their performance, but with several differences. The first was that, with the end of the album in sight, everybody was really energized, and in a hurry to get it done very quickly. Paul, in fact, was scheduled to fly to the US just 2 days later, a trip he had no intention of postponing, because it could reunite him with his girlfriend Jane Asher after several months apart. Regarding this trip to America, Mark Lewison states that Paul had planned to fly out to the USA on April 3rd, 1967, staying until the 12th, and the master tape had been promised to EMI in between. It appears that EMI did not get the master tape within this time frame, since the stereo mix of Sgt. Pepper Reprise did not get done until April 20th, 1967, not to mention the recording of The Inner Groove, which wasn't recorded until April 21st, well after Paul returned from America. Noteworthy events from this trip include Paul conceiving the idea for the Magical Mystery Tour film in Denver, and him visiting a Beach Boys Smile session in Los Angeles while they were recording the track Vegetables. At the time, Brian Wilson intended the song for Smile, but eventually released it on its compromised, inferior version, Smiley Smile. Paul even participating, recording Chewing Celery. "I mean, it was wild and wacky days, you know," Paul said. "And I just went round to the studio because they invited me. I just thought it would be fun to sit there and watch them record, because I'm a big fan. And so I was there, and then it was, I think, Brian who came over and said, 'Oh, Paul, got a favor to ask. Would you mind recording something?' I thought, oh no, but great, I could do that. Oh God, I'm gonna be singing on a Beach Boys record or something, you know? I got a bit kind of intimidated and thought, okay, here goes nothing. And they said, well, what we want you to do is go in there and just munch. Well, I can do that. So if you hear somebody munching celery, that's me." Beach Boy Al Jardine revealed, "The night before a big tour, I was out in the studio recording the vocal when, to my surprise, Paul McCartney walked in and joined Brian at the console. And, briefly, the two most influential musical Geminis in the world had a chance to work together. I remember waiting for long periods of time between takes to get to the next section or verse. Brian lost track of the session. Paul would come on the talkback and say something like, 'Good take, Al.'
He came in with Derek Taylor to a studio that we were in one night in 1967, and it was on that night that he played for my wife and I, She's Leaving Home. My wife cried and everything, it was a bunch of tears, you know. But when he walked in, he had these beautiful patent leather shoes, red patent leather shoes and a white suit. He looked so cool, you know. And we said, "You want some vegetables?" We were cutting a song called Vegetables. We were all chewing on vegetables just to get the mood, and he started chewing on a carrot.
Emmerich continues. The second difference was that, on such short notice, George Martin had been unable to book Studio 2. Other EMI artists had already been bumped for the Beatles so often that they were starting to resent it. Whoever had been previously booked in had obviously refused to give up their time. As a result, we were forced to use the cavernous EMI Studio 1, which was probably the least conducive place in the Abbey Road complex to recording a high-energy rock song. As long and as crazy as the Pepper sessions had been for the past 4 months, the Beatles had stuck rigidly to a weekdays-only schedule, usually working 3 to 4 nights a week. Finally, we had all come in on a Saturday. We'd all come to count on the weekends as a time to unwind and relax, and to get some distance from the intense work we were doing. But there was no choice in the matter, so we all trundled in on April Fool's Day for what would turn out to be a momentous session. The acoustics of Studio One were far too reverberant for a loud rock band, so I knew that I had to make some special arrangements in advance. First, I had Richard Lush and the maintenance engineer on duty gather up all the available tall screens and build a big kind of hut, thus creating a smaller room within a room. Then I asked Mal and Neil to set up the drums and the amplifiers very near one another so that there would be minimal delay on the signal that would inevitably spill between the mics. And I arranged the Beatles themselves in a semicircle so that they could all see one another. The sound we got that day was tight and ballsy. It didn't exactly match the sound of the rest of the album, which was almost entirely recorded in Studio 2, but it wasn't awash in reverb either. As it is, whatever reverb exists on the Sgt. Pepper Reprise is actually the sound of the huge room itself. There was no need to add any echo chamber when the tracks are mixed. Everybody was really upbeat that day, and it shows. The vibe was fantastic, and the energy was even higher than in the first version. It was a great rhythm track, and I could feel the excitement building from the very first moment, even in Paul's Countin', which had a tremendous amount of energy on its own. Ringo was pounding the hell out of his drums. He was even stomping on the bass drum pedal harder than usual. In fact, everyone was playing full out, considering that they'd all been cloistered in the studio for so long, pouring their hearts and souls into the album. It really was incredible how good and tight their playing was. The Sgt. Pepper album was known for an extravagant layering of sounds, which usually called for repeated use of bounce downs to open up more tracks for overdubs. EMI, of course, still using only 4-track machines at this point. Mark Lewison points out, though, that this was the only song on the LP not to be reduced on the 4-track machine. There were all sorts of nice little touches on that song, Emmerich adds. The more you listen to it, the more you hear. I always enjoyed John's playful goodbye ad-libbed right at the beginning. And, in the last chorus, where it sounds like Paul is off mic, that's just leakage from his guide vocal track onto the drum overhead mic. It was just something that I could never get rid of, so we ended up not worrying about it. Kind of like Mal's count during the 24-bar build-up in A Day in the Life. With time pressure on, the entire song was completed, overdubs, mix and all, in a single long session. The album release date was drawing near, and in between takes, the band were going through contact sheets for the album cover and reviewing design ideas for the gateway sleeve and giveaways they were planning on including. It took 9 tries by George Martin, Jeff Emmerich, and Richard Lush to create the mono mix at the end of this session, overdubbing audience sounds and cheering throughout the song in the process. The 9th mix was viewed as the best and was used on the album. Note that the audience cheering comes in abruptly, as if they turned on a tape machine, instead of fading it in to sound more realistic. Also, just before the guitars kick in at the beginning, we hear a burst of laughter from the audience, as we did midway through the original Sgt. Pepper theme. A good amount of artificial double tracking was also applied to this mono mix. Nowhere before in pop music had we heard a reprise of the title track on an album, since albums were usually viewed up to this point as collections of songs not good enough to be released as singles. This was the sort of thing you'd hear in a concerto. This was to signify that the album was meant to be taken as a whole and listened to in its entirety, a complete listening experience. Without the usual space between each song, the listener even found it quite difficult to place his record needle properly to listen to a particular individual song. The song's structure, then, winds up being just 2 verses of different keys, F major to G major, which brought them to the designated key of the already completed A Day in the Life. Adding in a straightforward count-off from Paul and a simple rocking introduction, and you have all the ingredients you need. Though its only intended purpose was to quickly tie the album together, giving the illusion that the album was a concept album of sorts, Pepper predates all of the concept albums made after it, and played a notable role in paving the way for Pink Floyd, David Bowie, The Who, Genesis, and many others to feel compelled to take the intended idea to a far more detailed level. With Sgt. Pepper finished, the boys left Abbey Road at dawn bearing an acetate and drove to Mama Cass Elliott's flat off of King's Road, where, at 6 in the morning, they threw open the windows, put speakers on the ledge, and played the album full blast over the rooftops of Chelsea. According to Derek Taylor, all the windows around us opened and people leaned out, wondering. It was obvious who it was on the record. Nobody complained. A lovely spring morning. People were smiling and giving us the thumbs up.
If they'd been left to their own devices during Pepper, Pepper would never have happened, ever, because they were high most of the time. No, in fact, what had happened with Pepper was that it became an astonishing success. It was, when we were making it, we were all very much aware that we were into something, and it was almost growing by itself. And when it was finally finished, I wondered whether we'd gone too far, but I was very pleased with it. I was very proud of it, and I thought it was really good. Well, we worked together for almost a decade, and the role changed somewhat. I mean, to begin with, I was the master and they were the pupils. At the end, I think I was the pupil and they were the masters. During the Pepper period, it was, my function was to try and extract from them the maximum of their talent and try and find out what they wanted to hear. I think it did represent what the young people were on about, and it seemed to coincide with a revolution in young people's thinking, and it was the kind of, I suppose, the epitome of the swinging 60s. It sort of linked up with Mary Quantum, miniskirts and all that kind of thing, and dope to a certain extent. You know, the freedom of sex, the freedom of soft drugs like marijuana and so on. I suppose that was all a bit exciting, and I think it did reflect its time.
It's called the first concept album. It doesn't go anywhere. Mr. Kite, all my contributions have absolutely nothing to do with this idea of Sgt. Pepper and his band. But it works, because we said it worked, and that's how it appeared. Yeah. But it was not as put together as Pet sounds. Yeah. And it doesn't have a concept. It starts out with Sgt. Pepper and introduces Billy Shears, and that's the end, apart from the so-called reprise. Right. Otherwise, every other song could have been on any other album. Right. It's the reprise. Right. Mr. Kite could have gone anywhere. Lucy could have gone anywhere. A Day in the Life could have gone anywhere. So it's not really, there's no concept there.
In fact, during the making of Sgt. Pepper, George hadn't showed for most of the album, which was unusual, as we normally showed for our recording sessions. George hasn't been too interested in making that album. I think he was building a swimming pool. And it was just all a little bit like that. And of course I was sort of thinking, well, I won't say anything, but it's a bit dodgy.
Well, Sgt. Pepper for me was great because it's a fine album. It's a fine album, but I did learn to play chess on it because I'd have so much spare time, We'd do the basic track and then we'd put other stuff on and then the percussion would be overdubbed later.
For me, it was kind of a bit tiring, or it was a bit boring because, I had a few moments in there that I enjoyed, but generally, I didn't really like that album much. My heart was still in India, that was the big thing for me when it happened in '66. It was after that, everything else seemed like hard work, it was a job. It was like doing something I didn't really want to do. I was losing interest in being fab at that point.
Wasn't that spectacular? When you look back on it, like anything, it was great then. But people just have this dream about Pepper. It was good for then,
By November 1966, when the Beatles began laying down tracks for the album that became Pepper, Paul had become the band's de facto artistic director. Pepper was Paul's baby. He conceived the idea, wrote at least half of the songs, ran the recording sessions, supervised the mixing, and arranged for the precedent-setting package. John revealed, when Paul felt like it, he would come in with about 20 good songs and say, "We're recording," and I suddenly had to write a stack of songs. Pepper was like that. Even if John's account were true, it would hardly be a crushing indictment of Paul. Indeed, it confirms the suspicion that Paul's power was founded primarily on John's growing apathy, which had produced an aversion to work and responsibility. Suppose Paul hadn't come in with his 20 good songs, what would have happened to the Beatles? The answer is that they wouldn't have produced the album that brought them their greatest acclaim, nor would John have been inspired to compose some of his most memorable tracks. Clearly, Paul was simply stepping into the breach created by John in order to hold the band together and keep it moving. John was not the only Beatle to experience depression during the sessions, though. All of them were numbed by this unprecedented ordeal. 700 hours of studio time were logged from November 1966 to March 1967, every minute of it devoted to the Beatles' next annual spring LP. The basic problem was not the direction in which Paul was leading the band, but the simple fact that the Beatles had set out to make an album that would extend the frontiers of pop recording without gaining access to a studio that represented the state of the art. EMI Studio 2 at Abbey Road didn't bear the remotest resemblance to a modern recording facility. It was constructed in 1931 to make classical records for HMV, and was also hopelessly out of date from a technical standpoint. The control board was so crude that just to do a routine playback, the engineers had to repatch the leads, a process that might consume a half hour. The tape recorders were obsolete 4-track machines, nor were there any electronic refinements. For example, when the Beatles wanted that funny speaking tube effect they had exploited on Yellow Submarine, instead of the engineer throwing a switch to activate a filter, he would just give John a cardboard mailing tube, through which he had to holler. The solution to all these problems was simple. In fact, it had long since been adopted by the Rolling Stones. The Beatles could have boarded a plane for New York, or better yet, Los Angeles, and enjoyed the finest recording equipment in the world. However, they quickly found that EMI's contractual clauses made this option prohibitively expensive. They had to make the best of what they were given, even when it made them miserable. Still, with all its technical limitations, EMI Studios offered a very particular sound, not to mention an aura of homely English eccentricity that colors the character of the Beatles' best work. With his engineers Jeff Emerick and Ken Scott, George Martin created a sound world for the Beatles that astonished their better-equipped counterparts in America. Producer and singer Tommy James recalls whole studios being torn apart and put back together again in search of a drum sound the Beatles could get that American technicians couldn't. What they did, everything they did, became state-of-the-art. Through collective improvisation, they created their songs before the microphones. Paul came closest to getting what he wanted for his tracks because he would make the band go through countless takes until he achieved perfection. Then he would stand over the engineers, monitoring every moment of the crucial process. John could not tolerate repetition or tedium. He was punished for his lack of persistence by not seeing his best work under his full control. Here, too, he laid the blame on Paul, asserting Paul would subconsciously try and destroy a great song. The songs whose destruction John most resisted were Strawberry Fields Forever and Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. The Pepper myth is bigger, but the music on the White Album is far superior, John said in 1971. George and Ringo also didn't think Pepper was the peak of the Beatles. In fact, both spoke of being bored during the making of the record. Ringo said, "For me personally, it is a landmark album. However, it's not my favorite, because we were using each other in a way, and being used, where you'd be the drummer on record and then you'd have all the strings. It felt like we were doing sessions." The White Album and Abbey Road were higher on Ringo's ranking too, because the group was back to being more of a band. George added that having enjoyed recording Rubber Soul and Revolver, he disliked how the group's approach on Sgt. Pepper became an assembly process, whereby a lot of the time it ended up with just Paul playing the piano and Ringo keeping the tempo, and we weren't really allowed to play as a band as much. George continued, "It was all done very clinically. That's the joke. We were in this big white room that was very dirty and hadn't been painted for years, and it had all these old sound baffles hanging down that were all dirty and broken. There was this huge hanging light. There was no window, no daylight. It was a very clinical, not a very nice atmosphere. When you think of the songs that were made in that studio, it's amazing, because there was no atmosphere there. We had to make the atmosphere." Nothing could have been more characteristic of Paul than the idea of Sgt. Pepper, because even though he was the Beatles' avant-gardist, at heart, Paul was an old-fashioned entertainer, a nostalgist who delighted in recalling the world of his boyhood. He was at his best composing musical genre paintings that captured some treasured features of common English life. Hence the paradox of Sgt. Pepper, which was offered and received as the voice of the brave new world of the 60s, but which, when examined decades later, appears to lie squarely in the mainstream of popular music, reaching back at least as far as Gilbert and Sullivan. Pepper was released into a cultural climate brimming with fantastical ideas and beliefs. The hippies, inspired by their yearning to recover the imaginative core of life, sat pondering the album's mystifying cover through the smoke of joss and tie sticks like monks poring over allegorical illumination. Triumphantly, the pop pundits proclaimed the old Beatles dead and buried, and the new Beatles reborn and risen. Pepper was sacred music, a hippie resurrection. What a pity that the release date was not Easter. Thank you all for watching. I hope you liked our deep dive into Sgt. Pepper.
And a special thanks to our members, Myron Heller, Zak Kirk, Miguel Angel Hernandez, Mr. Walker, Dan Sundquist, Sporking News Podcast, Brother Jeb, N. Kirby, 509 Cougs, Matthew Bennett, Wilkes19, and Down Clouds. Thank you.
Consider becoming a member and enjoying the perks like members-only videos, member shoutouts, and more. That's all we have for you today. See you next time!
See